Okay. Well, it's already gone below 20. Looks like a gap fill. Good morning. Good morning. Yep, there's the 430 target. So apparently this is like a 250-day support or something also. Every now and then I'll like look at some auto support and resistance levels, and they're like really tight here. They're like 430 to 450. So yeah, they're gonna try to drop it right beneath here. Sellers, I mean. Right now, it doesn't look super positive for them because of it's already like really oversold. With max pain at 450, fairly confident you're going to see it reverse. But you know, that was the ice yesterday, and unfortunately there was a setup here that looked a little like a wedge, and it just did not exit yesterday. It, like, hit the top and rejected. So I was watching it second half of the day. I was watching it and made the assertion on Discord that if it did break the wedge in a good way, you know, positive breakout, you might see this thing go all the way back up to 490, because technically there's a gap up here, but that was like the 618 of this break. So if it were to do it, it would do it. That kind of stands in direct contrast to this head and shoulder, which we talked about. This was the target for that. It's like 430. It's an existing long-term support. Once that support is lost and we kind of hook beneath it, it'll probably be, again, more of like a free fall for AMC. And I think the hook here, I wouldn't say it's misleading, because it's like there's not really much to go off of. Like I didn't really know what to expect with this move this morning, because normally, like with a hook, I'm looking at some kind of a trend or something. I guess here the hook is right above what I call like the ice level. So I was kind of watching that, thinking that like maybe that's what's happening here, is like that wick above, and then right below it's just a rejection. But I don't know where they're gonna go. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of room. So the goal might just be to get down to this 430 level again. I hate to say it, but every time they've been testing the stopping power here, it's not really been holding up. So this looks like it dropped pretty quickly through those levels. I'm going to look here. The low it seems like it's 430. Yeah, like on the dot. So let's go and put this at 430. I don't know, it looks like 431 to me. Oh, it says 430. I don't know why this wick looks like it goes like super far. I guess it's fine. It's probably just a few pennies or something, or a few cents. I think I had it up a little high like that, but that's okay. It's just like an average. All right. Doesn't matter. Not important. FFIE. Yeah, we can check that out. So let's take a look at that. We'll let AMC run its course this morning. AMC might actually be a good swing play. I wouldn't play it with calls like this week. That's silly because it'll be expiring tomorrow. But it might. I still think it might have a reaction back up to this top, 478. So just not sure exactly what to watch for just yet, but it's a possible 10% move here. I think it'd be similar to what we saw on this original run up here. And I know it seems a little odd, but I think it'd just be a way, maybe, we'll see. It'd have to have a really obvious breakout. You can't like phone this kind of thing in. So, because max pain's at 450, so it could be pinned. So you have to be really careful. Sure, let's check out this FFIE play. Just so you guys know, like I did exit my position yesterday on IWM before I closed the stream. I re-entered the position for obvious reasons. Like I just saw like a double divergence. I saw a lot of positivity going into close. Oddly though, like I was playing this out, and so what I did is I got out when I said I got out yesterday. I got out around 202.50 or something like that when it had that double top. Started sliding down. I bought back in here. There was like a fake breakout at like 202.30. So it had held above the bottom. It looked like it had held the floor. So I was like, well, it looks good for still a possible turn. And actually SPY was the same way. It had held like the 618 all day. And I completely misread SPY. It pushed up, tried to advance. I've got the creek spread a little far, but it was actually like over here. And so you can see it like pushed up, and there was an attempt to advance, and it just double topped and then dropped. And that all happened in like the last like 10 minutes of the market. I mean, it was crazy. Like all this volume poured in like the last 10 to 15 minutes. And the same thing for IWM. There was this massive candle. That's not like unusual. I'm not saying that's like a weird thing. It happens all the time. But in the case of SPY, it literally reversed. Like it completely threw it out the window within the last like 10 minutes. Oddly, in the case of IWM, I did not hit my stop loss. So my stop loss was set at like 201.99, and they went like just above it. Like it was really, really close. It was like 201.98, and I think I had put like 201.90 or something. I don't know. So thankfully it didn't trigger, because obviously like I got the trade and it was like a good solid trade. Made good money on that swing. The technicals were like clearly showing there was a pivot that was about to happen, but during the day they definitely made it look like, I mean, it was like SPY, right? It looked like it just broke down at near the end, or got very close to it. So I don't know, man. Sometimes you can be right, and then all of a sudden it looks wrong, and you're still right. In this case, I would actually just say I kind of lucked out, because frankly, like if it had hit my stop, I would have been like, okay, you know what I mean? And then it would have run without me. But I knew that yesterday looking at this, I was like, it should get to 203.91. Didn't I say that? And it kind of is where it got to. So pretty close. 203.89. So I was 2 pennies off. It's not bad. So in theory, could this continue to run? Yes. I think you'd have to see it kind of form as support and then continue. And so not a big deal though, because I mean really this could head up to the top here and still reject at like 205. Could be heading back down. The IWM was at, the max pain for IWM was at like 205 or 207, so it was really high. So that was another part of the reason why I wanted to re-enter, because it just felt like that's a pretty significant difference. So yeah. So anyways, I'm out of the trade now. I had calls that were expiring this week, so it wasn't like it was a very risky trade. Risky trade, and didn't want to hold them in case it just kind of has a flat day or something. It's fine, because you're just gonna get eaten by theta. Yeah. I was talking about AMC first thing this morning, just to quickly kind of address that again. this is a bottom at 430. So if it can hold 430, I think you're probably still going to see 450 at the end of the week. But I actually think this could end up being a decent swing to the upside here, back to like 483 probably, back to that level. That's a 10% swing. It's a challenging trade because with max pain at 450, I also could see how they, the institutional traders could just trade back and forth in this level, which is really sandwiched between kind of a long-term support and resistance. I mean, 450's obviously been a pretty key level the last few weeks. So keep my eye out for that. I think if we break 450, it actually might be a decent little swing trade because, and it would be sort of a difficult one to maybe time, but I think you could probably swing this back up to 480 potentially. I think it's pretty likely that it could get there, but really got to watch and see what happens here with 430. So, all right. So these are my FFIE. So this thing's up 59% today. Ooh. So let's see what the story is on this chart. Okay, so long term, kind of haven't reached this trend yet. This is the closest thing we probably have to like a creek, but I'm imagining that like this upthrust way back here in October 2023 probably signifies like kind of a pulling down of that creek. So I don't know if we would actually necessarily advance just on the basis of creek lines. It is a widening spread. It's a kind of an ugly one, but it's there. Yeah, I mean it's definitely widening, but it's obviously parabolic. So sometimes the trades are worth it if you're very confident about the setup, but like I just told you guys, I pretty much just kind of lucked out on the IWM. I exited and re-entered later in the day, and then I just happened to not hit my stop. I don't think the rest of it was luck. I mean, obviously the technical setup was pretty darn accurate. I mean, it was 2 cents off, but that's a really good target. But it was really hard to read at the end of the day, and SPY ended up going the opposite way. So I mean, there was a clear, like, honestly, SPY looks stronger than IWM, and it just goes to show you, like, sometimes things aren't always what they seem. But anywho, actually, a lot of times things aren't always what they seem. That's just kind of a life thing, right? Yeah, so this is kind of what I was thinking about. I'm wondering if it's probably like near impossible for me to draw this perfectly, but I'm kind of wondering if this has already kind of reached a supposed creek. So it's up 44% today. I can't really tell what's going on here. It's just flatlining. Just some kind of like change that I'm not seeing. Faraday Future Intelligence Electric. What is this? Thursday is earnings. I'm not seeing any numbers posted. Yeah, y'all, I mean, this play is here. So I'm assuming that that you're looking at this gap fill back up to $1. Yeah, there it is. That's the reason why it looks so flat. So they've had splits. There's something really weird going on with the RSI. Why are there no other earnings reports? Monday. I mean, it's essentially it was a penny stock. Kind of like AMC, it just sort of entered into a bottom after like a long sell-off. It's really similar timing as well. This is really, I think, where that play originated here. So you can see the there's an uptrend and divergence all the way down, but then you get this sudden increase, and it makes that lower low and then breaks out. I mean, that was really the best time to get into this. We're playing on the coattails right now of some other things, so you got to be mindful that just like AMC and even like GME to some degree, like these stocks right here that have already made big moves, they're going to be looking for support. So it's not all the realm of possibility that this comes back up. But it's kind of like a flag. So we were looking at Elliott wave yesterday, and one of the things you'll note in Elliott is that the first wave, or excuse me, the second wave often has a really deep retracement. Like it can go really low. Yeah, so they're testing that support right now. There's a lot of gaps here. There's a gap kind of right above where we're at, 36 cents. There's another gap way down here, 9 cents. So support at above $1 makes sense. It's kind of an effort to keep it alive. Okay, so all right, I'm just gonna leave it at that for long term. So I'm not gonna try to do any more long term analysis on it. Maybe a fib level would be appropriate, but my thought long term is that yeah, I mean it bounced here on the 0.5, so that's good. So if it holds above 38 cents, you might be in decent shape for a reaccumulation or something. But so that's your 50% right there. I'm just going to mark it off. So for now, it looks okay. So my thought is that you might see it kind of get trapped in this little downward motion. This would be your perceived creek, right? And I don't really think that there's much to trade here unless it breaks this way, because on the big picture anyways, because there's not really much to go off of. Like, yeah, you could go up and try to fill the gap, but at that point I think you're gonna hit the resistance and probably not fill it. There's enough space here that those trades could be pretty substantial, but I think it's a lot of this is just then like short term. So I go even like closer in. Just see what's happening, like really tight here. So then again, here's the second trade. This is probably the one that you guys were thinking about, or that you were thinking about. This is divergence. This is a lot like what we just saw on IWM, by the way. It's a little bit longer. No, I don't think so. It was just yesterday. So just tracking with that same flow down that had the reversal. So maybe, maybe. Okay, it looks all right. I'm looking back here at this particular area. This is kind of interesting because it's definitely what we would call like the cat ear, but it's really, really flat. Like this right here is undeniably a distributive action, but it's a very, very flat. This is that curtain rod drop. So something significant here in this move as well, but I wouldn't. You're right, this might be a good trade setup, so let's continue it. So AMC hit the bottom again. It looks like it pushed below, so that's a bit of a weakness in my opinion. 428, could it be a spring-like action? Maybe. I think you can get a reaction from it, from dipping below, but ultimately, like, really don't want 430 to drop, so at this point, I'm just going to call it a potential weakness since it just kind of pushed through without any stopping. If it can gather support here, again, I kind of mentioned a minute ago, this could be a decent little reversal going into today into tomorrow. I think there's enough time here to kind of game it. I think we really could come all the way back up to maybe the 470s. Get a good little sprint here and then come back down to 450 tomorrow going into Monday. But for now, like, that's kind of where the head and shoulder target was, which was like 430. It's a historical support level that we broke down a long time ago, if you recall, on that big hook. Long time, not a long time, but several months ago. So it is a historic level, and unfortunately the previous support at 446 definitely had what looks like a hook, but I think it was just an effort to drive the price down to 430 for now. All right, so back to here. Maybe it's just that simple. Yeah. That's a weird looking, such a weird looking, I think because it went so flat that it's like hard to read, because like every one of these is lower, lower, lower. I mean, it's literally like a perfect parabola. So, okay. GME is at 2062. Hasn't quite filled its gap yet, but kind of like AMC, it might be a decent enough swing. I think you could see it come back up to 24. I'm feeling that if it can get that gap fill, so. Like, I know it looks like it's trying to turn right now, but I think we have room, I don't know, to turn down or to still go down a little more. So it had a fake breakout of this little like downward wedge. I mentioned that I don't like when wedges do that. Like when they're really long like that, it kind of bothers me. It makes me think that there's something wrong. So in this case, it might be that this is really forming more of like a channel. Like there is a wedging action here, don't get me wrong. It's still there. There's a larger one, but that's not enough real touch points. You want like 3 on each side, and this only has like 1.5, like 1.5. It might be more reasonable to call this just a channel and leave it at that. And I think that's probably wise. And then that way you're not like worried about some kind of wedge target. Same deal though. I think if this can have a push and get back above 22, not sure there's much of a great swing there. It's 10%, maybe. I think you could maybe get 10% up. the way these stocks have been moving lately, a lot of this stuff's happened in extended hours. So, like I was talking about the IWM swing I made overnight. I'm very fortunate that I didn't get stopped out here, but like all of that confirmation, like that break above 2275 happened in pre-market. Like there was no way to just trade the breakout there. You would have had to have gotten in like I did and just been really I guess really confident, I don't know, in that move. So yeah. All right, so SPY is kind of approaching its wall here. Arguably, it's broken out of the first trend that it tried to yesterday and didn't exactly work out, but I haven't really been looking at a lot of other things. We're checking out FFIE and just kind of slow rolling it for now. It's sitting at 41% up. The price movement on the day is not really doing a whole lot, so I'm not like kind of rushing through it. It's sort of dropping a little bit, but GME is at 2058, down 3% on the day. Near the gap, but not quite there. So I think we've got some space. I don't know. AMC already hit its support, though it could chop back down again to give like a double bottom at 430. I still think this might be a really good trade to the upside here. I think you could see it move all the way back up to 470, maybe to today before coming back down. So if I were going to be trading it, I would probably just have to look at the last major creek area. It's really 446. So anyways, just kind of recapping that. Charge point. Yeah, so I took charge point off my chart for a minute, but I'll check it out. I'm not done with FFIE, by the way. I'm just trying to be patient. Okay, so it's kind of like the other two. I mean, really the other three stocks we were looking at, but there was a bit of a wedging action on charge point. I marked it off yesterday. You can see that narrowing. It's not like a great wedge. So again, it only has 2 touches on top and bottom, maybe 3 if you count this one back here. But also, like the others, it may be more just like a channel down. So that's why I've got like a parallel running down. I think it's probable it's also just like a channel. So my expectation for this would be possibly moving back to the top of the channel at like 175. Big picture, I don't think it's like dunsies. I know there's been times where this has obviously been really bad. Like we've got the M cross here. You can see it really clearly, which is an effort to drive it out of this uptrend that it was in. And it went sideways out of that. So there's nothing really else to say about that. I mean, you can see it really, really evidently. So at this point, that becomes like a new, like we're talking about waveform a lot on this channel, but that would be like a new waveform. It's running in line with some of these parallels I drew earlier, which I think, if I remember right, I think they were like trajectories. Anyways, this chart's getting kind of messy, but yeah, I mean, you can tell it's essentially just a, actually, what is that? Before I get rid of it. We might need that. Keep that one. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to keep it underneath the creek here at 172. So if charge point gets pinned under 172, I think there would be a concentrated effort to bring it back down, possibly to this 156, because that's the previous floor. That does not mean it's bearish. It's just a retest, basically. And in this case, I think it's likely that happens, but there are obviously always possibilities. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is like done, right? So we might see this as like an ABC correction, but if that's the case and this is a nice little zigzag, then you're probably about finished and you'll just exit. I don't want to take too much for granted here, but that might be what we're seeing. Yeah, so 158 is the 0.5. So that's the, basically if we return back, I'm sorry, I'm trying to like remember things whenever I go back to a chart that I haven't been to. So it's literally like me taking the things and putting it back together, just so I'm clear. I could just be quiet about it, but then you guys think that I'm like gone or something. So this seems likely to me. So even if it were to kind of advance to the top of this channel, I think that there's a likelihood that this kind of rejects here around 172 and heads down. I don't know if at that point it's like a breakdown per se. There was a bit of a widening here, so maybe we see that play out. And actually these bottom two don't really fit it anymore. Well, there's a whole nother conversation here. So I've had yeah, I don't know if I want to go into that anyways. Yeah, so you can see like if it were to mirror outward, and that's what it looks like it's happening, it would probably have an up thrust here. That could have been it. Maybe it's not quite done. Maybe go a little bit higher to 175. And then you would drop it back down. And presumably at that point, you're kind of finished with the motion. So I think, to me, it looks like it's going back to that 150 range. That'd be my best estimation right now. I don't think it means that the move is done, per se. I don't think it's like, oh, it's over, you know, because that's still above the floor. If you go back and you look at when we came down, it's like a 50% cross here, but earlier, this is where it found support way earlier, apparently. I'm on the 30-minute. I thought I'd be able to see it. Yeah, big picture-wise, right around 150 is what I would call like the floor. So this would be essentially like almost a spring-like action. It's not impossible, and I need to make it kind of clear. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Remember what AMC did when it drove the price down right before the big run-up? That kind of stuff where you come back up and then redistribute, that kind of stuff is not unheard of. So there's always often like that's part of the drive. So it's not impossible that we get kind of a double spring. So I'm being kind of optimistic in saying that I think that's it, and then you're going to just retest at 150. But if it dropped here, I wouldn't be bearish. I would just be like, okay, are we going to go for a double spring on charge point? We might. And by double, I just mean that it's pushing in a really concise way. It would be like a really massive red candle, basically. I think this is probably enough here. On the big picture, it looks like a spring to me, but does that make sense? So it's kind of like, I know that AMC and GME both have risk of downside. This to me looks like a massive potential spring bottom here. But sometimes, like with a spring, you'll drive the price low and then you'll do it again. Like it's happened on AMC on the micro quite a bit, where you get like almost like a quadruple flush on a bottom. So it's not, again, it's not like I want that to happen or something. It's just not out of the realm of possibility that we see something like that. So on the one hand, it looks just like a corrective wave to me. I could see it maybe trying to get down to 150 by earnings. If it breaks the upper trend here, then forget it. You know, I think it's probably just starting another wave. It could be the big one, because if this is a 1-2, then you could get a 3. And my next wave, I think, is going to go all the way up to like like $3. So I really do. So I think it's coming up. I think it's going to be one heck of a trade if it happens. Yeah, so if we went here, it would be like 360. Yeah, we could come down pretty low and still make that move. So anyways, so basically I'd be watching 150 as support and then just basic stuff for resistance. But yeah, I think the next wave up could be really, really far. Back up to this 350 area up here. So there could be considerable push down until then, but it looks like IWM is going to continue pushing. So I may have exited my position too quickly, but I just did the trade that I wanted to do and I'm done with it. AMC is still chopping at 430 area. It did seem like it may have hit a bottom at 430. We'll see. I mean, it's never impossible that we get a double bottom. So that's something they'll have to watch for. GME is at 20.73. I think both of these are primed to have a decent reversal going into Friday. So they might have a pretty decent swing back up. I was asked about FFIE. I don't know what is this, like an AI stock? I kind of still trying to learn it. That's why I'm asking. All right. Well, let's go into like the 1 minute here. That's a pretty huge volume uptick. I don't know. To me, it's still like a penny stock, but anything below $1, I'm like, okay. There's usually feels like huge moves because there's so much ground covered in just a small amount of money. The RSI on the 1 minute has not been reset, but it's at 50. So if it saw a break to the upside, you could see it run back up to like 70 cents. So, back toward near the top. So it's still like a 20% trade. So if you're just trading this as like a really simple, straightforward trade, if it jumped the creek, yeah, I'd watch for supports. I'm trying to look back here and see where they are. So we're definitely sitting on one now here. And then it looks like that. And then it looks like it got pinned here. So it's in a really tight little area. It's a pretty straightforward trade if you wanted to try. So if it held supports, jumped the creek, and then if it went above 68 cents and it found support, that'd be really powerful. That's kind of like your most likely scenario for like a strong break. So basically like coming back up and then finding support, and then probably would have to do like a little SOS thing here. That would be a really strong move potentially. I think it could go back up to near $1. Otherwise, you're just kind of watching these support and resistance levels. And that's not very helpful for you if you're trying to like get into it, but it's sitting on the middle, so it's kind of it go either way kind of thing, And it's sitting on a previous support, so if it can hold here, I think it will break, but this is where you'd find what we traditionally we call like a cat here or whatever. It's usually like on these trend crosses. You get the M shapes. And this is also where you'd probably experience like a head fake. If they were going to do a head fake, is that you'd see it come back up here strong, like it's going to break, and then it would like fall back through to the other side. There's not really a one size fits all for this. It's just a typical area where you see it fake out. So if it comes above the previous top here, let's see what the previous top is. High of 67 cents, 68 cents. I'm a little bit off. Yeah, so if it somehow pushed up above 68 cents and then came back down, it'd probably be more of a short play. Like if it pushed out and then didn't recover on the creek, drop. Below here is fine. I actually think that's okay. So I'm not super concerned for a drop here. Obviously you've had this, we'll call it a trend here. We've had this drop before. This is really normal. And there's this is exiting an uptrend. It's just got to find its footing now. So yeah, the ideal reaccumulation doesn't come below 54. Stays high here. And then even better it would be kind of maintaining these supports. So I don't know. It's a tough one. Penny stocks are hard because they have it's like I'm on the 1 minute and I feel like I'm not close enough, you know. You're losing like fractions of a cent over really small amounts of time. Okay, so here's a situation that might be a really good way to trade it. So for example, if this were to come down and like it forms like a bottom here, and then you get and it could be very simply like a phase B kind of top, right? And then you came down and you dipped below for like a spring. And then it came back above into the trend. I know this is like way out today, but if something like this happened, I'd be like pretty bullish on it. Right now, it's still in like a range, so I would not advise. I can't advise you anyways. Do whatever you want to do. I wouldn't trade it because there's not really any confirmation yet of further support levels in this range. Like all we have is that first hit down here around 56. So there's not much else to go off of just yet. We have previous supports. It looks like a double rejection on those, right? Like you're kind of pushing up again. But if you're looking for a run to the upside, you don't really care about that. You really want to, you know, the resistance is there. You just kind of mark them off. Then you really want to see where is the support. So sign of weakness is when you basically, if you're advancing too soon and then you start dropping back through supports really quick. But coming back down through a preliminary supply level like 55 can often be seen as a weakness as well. And it just depends on the way the range sets up beforehand. So right now I'm kind of like indifferent about it. You know, like it could be a good swing trade into the end of the week. If it made the appropriate moves, I'd probably be more inclined to trade it, you know. So here's what I would imagine happening. And I'll leave it. I'll just leave it. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But so this would try to advance, maybe pushes the creek up, but doesn't necessarily come higher. And this sort of things get kind of weird. and then you get like a bottom early here, and then you get a lower low just slightly here. I can't tell what's going on with this weather. I keep hearing like thunder, but it's raining near my house. Yeah. So what am I doing right here? I was asked to take a look at FFIE. It's obviously also in like a squeeze mode right now. I have this weird feeling that a lot of these are going to be really good, and then some of these are going to fall really flat. So just be careful. It's like the meme season back in January 2021. It's like some of them rallied really hard and then just died. Like they never went anywhere else. Most of them did that, but I think anywho, so that's like kind of the danger of this kind of stuff. So I don't really know the stock, so I'm just kind of looking at the technicals here, really basic like. So yeah, I would just watch for a bottom. If it came above 68 cents, unless it came above like an immediately found support, I would say that's a little bit more of a bearish signal. So there's no reason to advance against resistance until you're ready. Just again, it makes it simpler. So, anywho, this doesn't have to be really low. This could be higher. It just depends. Like if it was a reaccumulation that didn't have a spring, then you wouldn't expect this to come back down. But regardless, this would end up being like the area you would see here. Yeah, something like that. Yep. So in order for this to have like a strong continuation, you'd need it to basically do what I drew here. And it could have a spring right here that comes really low, just slightly below the previous floor, wherever that ends up being, or up here. I mean, and technically there's not just a one size fits all for these things, so this is just in the case of a reaccumulation. Like that's what you would see. There are some other situations here. We just saw this on the market on the whole, like the flagging action yesterday for a lot of stocks. And you could always just see this kind of flag down till it hits like a fib. But yeah, I don't personally see a trade here just yet. Like it's losing pretty much everything it gained today. So max paying June 21st is $1. It's shorted 32%. Well, remember short data is delayed, so any kind of shorts exiting within the last couple of weeks, unless the report just came out, but if I recall, it's not out yet. So just remember like that short data might be updated really soon. I have to check the dates. I don't remember. So they're like every 2 weeks the short interest kind of stuff is updated. So if it's older data, I don't know if you're looking at older data. You might not be. But if it's older data, then you may not have the most up-to-date information. A big move like the one we saw over here, same for AMC, you're not going to see really the results of that until the next report. So let's look it up really quick. So you can go to FINRA. And FINRA.org has a short interest reporting schedule. No, I take it back. May 24th was the publication date. So May 31st, which is tomorrow, is a settlement date. And then June 11th, which is also FOMC. A lot of stuff is boiling up to this FOMC date. I think we're just going to see a lot of positioning before then. All right, so yeah, it pushed down to new lows. Hard to say. There's probably some really great trades here if you're willing to wait for it. This isn't obviously how it's going to play out because it didn't hold high and didn't hold above that first support. And then I said the second support was probably a little bit more important, but so this might just read out as like one move down. And frankly, from here, it's like, you know, you can go pretty low, 50 cents or something. It's a big move, so retracing a little doesn't really make a big dent. Yeah, so that short interest, if you're getting it right now, would be pretty fresh. It would have been from last Friday. Everything else is just estimation. So like Ortex data and whatever, it's just estimated short interest based on trends. So that's a 50% retrace right to that preliminary supply. So this could form out a much larger range because, I mean, who knows? I guess it could be really volatile and just go straight back up. But I don't know. This is a weird stock. On the big picture, it doesn't seem very clear to me that you would have continued upside from here. But short term, I think there's possibility for some good swings for sure. Yeah, it's just there's so much. Like the reason I was looking at a 1 minute chart here is because there's just so much room to maneuver. Like you're sitting right now on this 56 cents, which is a previous support and resistance level. I mean, it's not complicated. You just look backwards and you can see it. But it already dropped below to 38. So technically, like it's kind of opened up this area for exploration again. And I'd have to go back and do like a liquidity check on everything to see if it's sensible. All of a sudden it's like dumping rain now. So what I was doing on the 1 minute was I was looking to see if it could form out a little reaccumulation here and then push back up. And then on the bigger picture, this is only like a 6 minute chart and it's only a couple weeks here. But on the bigger picture, I think you could see, if you saw a creek jump, you're in a pretty good place to have a decent advancement, just kind of depending on when that happens. So yeah. So I guess bottom line is finding support above 70 cents could yield some pretty nice moves, 20% up to 60%. And then anything below that right now is just ranging. I don't think it's bearish. It's not what I would say. I just think it's not quite done yet. You can see this particular creek cross quite low. So if it's starting a new, let's say for example, it's starting a new, like we were talking about this yesterday, impulse. The first and second move, this could be like a 618 retrace. It could come down pretty far, you know. It really can come all the way back to the bottom almost over time. So I know I'm being clear as mud here, but my hope is that you're kind of watching what I'm watching. If you want to follow it, pay attention just to the basic trend levels here. The creeks, if you want to call them that, but they're really just, most of these are just like downtrends and stuff. Like, I think you could get some swings that are pretty substantial because this is such a tiny play. I don't know how to describe it because it's like a penny stock. You don't even really need to trade options or anything really. It's cheap enough and you could just buy in a bunch of shares and ride at 10% and then drop them or whatever you want to do. So wet. And one of the things that's going to be difficult about a stock like this is like FOMO. You're going to have a feeling that you're missing out on everything because every one of these moves is, even though it's not moving very far, apparently it's still a really high percentage move. So yeah, so it's a that's crazy. That was like 100% move. Yeah, so that's the FOMO, right? It's like, oh no, if it moves again, I'm gonna miss it. It's gonna be like, did you see volume? It did billions, not millions. No. I get it. I'm not really looking at it here. Volume right here doesn't look like billions to me, but I think before on the bigger move, yeah, probably. Your short interest is pretty recent. I mean, we're in the middle of the 2 weeks, so I guess that depends on what you want to say. I mean, kind of halfway, but so maybe it's not that recent, but it's close enough that I think that short interest should have been included, that last run up. Yeah. I think this is probably, yeah, it's going to try. Here to here. Again, like if you bought in, it could take time, you know, it could push out and then come back down. Technically, like a spring action could happen here afterwards. But it's a good enough place that I think you might get a push back up to the top. It's a 12% trade. It's not bad. It's a good little swing if it can break out. So, potential. So this pushed the creek. You can see it like kind of try to push against it. It's just retreating now. But this is where you'd get the potentially like a pullback and then go. If it can hold, it should just go. AMC is sitting at 431, so it came back down to the bottom. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say about it other than it's just testing the waters. kind of ugly here, but I think it's just pushing against that resistance to see what's what. It already technically did a hook up here at 446. I think that for AMC, I think you just want it to stay, if it can, stay above 430. I think if we lose 430, we're in danger. And I know earlier I was just talking about how I think we could go up to 478. I still think that's possible, but there's not really a way for me to, I can't guarantee that, because technically, like, you could just chop here, you know, until Friday. I mean, there's so many things that could happen. Yeah, so here's my thought on this, okay? I think if FFIE holds a higher low here, I think it's going to push out, and I think you're going to see a nice run up. I think if it can't hold a higher low, I don't see why, at least at this time, like, I probably wouldn't invest unless it just ripped the other way. Does that make sense? Because it's kind of like it already tested it, failed, so it's going back down. The volume's kind of low-ish for a retest, so that's a positive sign, perhaps. But like, the volume's kind of dropped off since coming down here. But you need to see that support. You know, you want to see the stopping power, and I don't really want it to slide down beneath this, like, 55-cent mark. So a little bit of a double bottom. Let's see here. So that low is 55 cents. 55 cents. So potentially you've got a 1 minute divergence. There's a rise in volatility. Not the most important thing right now, but yeah, it's got potential here for a double bottom. So it looks decent. This right here is a strong candidate for a double bottom because of the RSI divergence and then the creek being really, really close. I think if you push here and get back above 56, probably going to have a good opportunity for a move, big move. So I might trade it. I think if it gets above 56, I might give it a whirl. It looks like it's pushing right now. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. I think I might have missed it. This is a fast one. Yeah, it's just going to move really fast, isn't it? Bummer. We'll see. It might still come back down to retest 56. So patience, I guess, right? Yeah. Oh well. I don't think I got it. We'll see. I mean, it's not quite done yet, but it's definitely like a trend break. So it's not it's not likely that. I mean, even if it came back down again, it's like it probably hold at this point since this bottom held. We'll have to just kind of wait it out. I would not put. I would put a stop loss like right wherever you enter just to have it because the I'm having a lot of trouble right now with my trading platform. That's not good. So I had to. So when you trade like penny stocks and junk, sometimes you have to put in like a limit order. So I put in a limit at 57 cents. So I might have just got it. That'd be nice since it did dip. I'm a little nervous about this advancement being kind of weak. 59 cents. 58.8. Oh, whatever. I'm in it now, so whatever. Let's see what happens. Low 55, 55, 55. So it was a very strict double bottom. So in that case, the advancement here could be like an SOS with a backup kind of deal. So again, if this continues to find support, it should see a push up. I don't know if I want to play it very long though. Like probably play it up to this number at like 62.90 just to have like a little swing. I mean, it could go way farther, but that's a pretty big swing trade for one day. I don't trade like when I trade swings like that, I usually get a target in mind and then I just kind of stick with it. So the upper creek is pretty far. So again, we're outside now. We're in like almost, you can think of it like a no man's land, but then all you really have is the supports in between here and the upper creek. And you're just kind of watching those. And yeah, anything can happen. Like you could have it chop forever and then come up. But this is the ultimate. This is kind of like the top. So there was a reactive move early. There's a couple reactive moves. And this is where I would say like maybe you'd be aiming for that somewhere up here. Again, there's no telling. Like it could come up and then reject, and then technically you could go down here again and come back up again. I mean, there's so many things that could happen. But so either like 63 cents or slightly higher, like 65 maybe, something like that. And sometimes exit trajectory is really similar to entry trajectory. Not always the case, but 35. It can be. Yeah. So it's kind of flat. So something like that. Penny stocks are weird though. Like if I'm trading a stock like this, I probably would look at it and just treat it like a penny stock. So there's so much volatility in every move that, and you could hear in my voice, like I knew when we hit that bottom, I'm like, yeah, all right. On the 1 minute, it's probably about to break out. That in and of itself, if you manage to catch the very bottom here, which is difficult, but if you manage to do it, that in and of itself is like a good swing trade. I mean, it's 8%, 7.5%. That's not a bad trade, you know? So, I mean, it's already like in a good position to give you a good return on just a small move. And that's kind of the way that I would trade penny stocks. Like I really don't typically look for massive swings on them because they're moving so much in such a small area. Right now, I'd be looking for continuation. And, you know, again, it kind of pushed up above support or resistance here and then rejected. So I wanted to kind of find support at 58 and then push. And this is not hocus pocus kind of stuff. All I'm doing with the trajectory, this isn't meant to be like a trend. So if you're wondering why it doesn't quite match, it's just a trajectory out. So sometimes the entry on a wave, if it's a really nice tight wave, your entry and exit tend to be pretty similar. So all I did was kind of mirror the entry and exit here. So that's just like this angle often will match the exit trajectory roughly, you know. So this is not a trend, if that makes sense. This is a trajectory, which is a different thing. Okay. Not a strict trend. So if it were to go below it or, you know, crazy above it, I'm not going to be like, whoa. It's more just like, okay, this is kind of where I'd expect a waveform. And it might even be good to do one here because it had a double bottom and it's shared. It might be good to kind of give you a better picture of it by doing that. It's just potential. There's nothing really preventing this from making the appropriate checks that it needs to check. Like if it needs to come back, like so it checked that creek. There's another one here. So that's a little more on the outside. So that could come down again quite a bit. Still make a higher low and check that creek. And then we'd see if it continues to advance. So AMC is sitting at 436 right now. GME is at 2101. I would love to talk more about these two, but they really haven't done much. They're kind of just pinned sort of like right in the middle of their first move this morning. Both of them are. It's not that there's anything wrong. Hang on a second. My cat's doing weird things. I'm sorry, guys. Just getting on my nerves. Get out of there. You need to stop. You're acting weird. We'll start spraying. You don't need to be back there like chewing on stuff. Unnecessary. Spray bottle came out. Take that, cat. Gosh. Yeah, so this came back pretty deep. So, is it a fake breakout? Maybe. I mean, at this point, I don't think much of it. It's still got the double M shape on RSI. Just kind of would wait and see what happens here. But yeah, I mean, it's getting to a point where it's starting to lose. Well, this is a weird candle, huh? I hate this about penny stocks. It's like, let's check a little higher time frame. Yeah, that wick is kind of ugly. I don't have any EMAs on either. Curious. where those are at. Way up there. About 6 minute. Yeah, so what we might see is if it can't hold here right at 56 cents, we might see another attempt at the bottom, which is kind of a given. But see, it broke that little creek. So it tried to advance and then didn't have any support, I guess, from buyers right at the top. Sellers just took it back down. So they're going to try to drive it low again. On the whole, it looks like a creek jump. So if it were to come down again to retest, it could come down pretty low. And this is where you get that sort of pump before a possible spring action. That happens sometimes. I was thinking it would probably come up and hold above 56. We'll see. RSI is still kind of trending up right now. It hasn't really turned down yet. I'm not really seeing anything with these EMAs. It's really helping. As you go up, they're kind of farther away, so they just look like they're way above. Yeah, it's way up here too on the 15 minutes, all the way up here at like 94 cents, which was one of our targets earlier. This 15-minute chart doesn't even look like it's nearly done, like it looks like it could easily turn up and continue back to being, at least to being overbought, But then again, it moved really hard from like the center. So yeah. So these are things that when you're looking at, again, like basically a penny stock, you're basically observing I know it sounds weird, but it's like the higher time frames, though it's important, it's like you have to kind of look past the local, because there's nothing really for me to understand here on the 1 hour. It just looks like it's flat forever, right? But if I look at the big picture, I'm kind of like, okay, well, it was at the top, now it's at the bottom. And I used to trade a lot of penny stocks back in the day just for the heck of it, just for funsies. No, because frankly, like I was interested in making those big swings and all that junk. And you can make good money in penny stocks, but there's always kind of a problem, I don't know, with some indicators. This one has like some consistency before. This kind of garbage looks very mechanical to me. So, and that's kind of irregular almost, right? So I'm going back even like down to the 6 minute. It's still not, like there'd be no real indication, right, at this point that it's overbought or oversold. And I think until you get down to like the 1 minute time frame, which is crazy low, you really don't get a sense of of those indicators kind of becoming overblown. It's just really weird. That's not the same for like AMC. AMC loves like that slightly higher 6 minute and then all the way up. I think it's pretty reliable. Anyways, I'm just speaking out loud, thinking my thoughts. I just find that to be kind of curious that you don't really get any information from the higher, like there's not really much to see, I mean, I would say here, like it looks like it crossed down, but it's still at the 50. And frankly, like that, it's not very reliable because, well, yeah, like sometimes it's like kind of flattened out and then dropped. There's pretty decent swings back in this region on basically like very low volume, right? And that's more on a much higher volume place right now. So anyways, again, just kind of thinking out loud, looking at this. Every stock is different. So don't assume that one strategy that you use on one stock is always going to be effective on another. Sometimes you find a good fit and it works out really well. Sometimes it's really different. So yeah, so it came back down and checked that creek, and then it's just kind of sitting. It's having a little bit of trouble right here. So you can see on the 1 minute, different story, right, than the others. Obviously, you go up to like 3. I haven't really checked 3. I keep skipping over it. 3 minute would kind of tell me that, yeah, like the next support level would be at 60 cents. That makes sense because that's where the drop off was over here. So if we're looking at this as like a waveform, this would be your bottoming, and then you'd end up with like a midpoint or something, or even a top around 60 cents. When we get down to like the 1 minute nitty gritty, it looks pinned, frankly. Like it's clearly selling off of and buying off of these EMAs at this point. So I'm just going to kind of zoom back a little bit. Good luck with that back here. Jeez. Yeah. There's nothing to see there. It's like completely flat. So that doesn't give me any information. So yeah, anyways, we're really just waiting for it to see if it can break above like 59 cents. This is nothing different here. So it did come back down and test this creek. It did push away from it, but you still have to manage risk here. So I'm still going to watch and see if it can push above 59. I think if it fails again, I'm probably just going to exit for now, because I think at this point, it's kind of made its laps up here. It should be able to push through at this point. And if it doesn't, I think you're going to see a harder rejection. So yeah, so maybe like 59.50, since we're looking at a penny stock. A bit of an ascending triangle. You know, again, like when I trade penny stocks, I tend to keep any kind of I tend to keep it pretty loose. Like, what I mean by that is that I tend to keep the patterns that I'm tracking pretty loose. So if I see it like this, I'm going to be like, oh, it's an ascending triangle. Is it perfect? No. It can be very precise. You can make it like super precise, but maybe the only reason I would do that is just to see if it comes over this top and fails miserably. So that's done. So let's move this creek out. This fan, resistance fan, if you want to call it that. So maybe one more here. You can see it's kind of scooping up. So the good news is, I think if this can make the breach, it's probably going to be a really parabolic move. The bad news is, if it can't make the breach right now, I'm kind of inclined to think that it dumps, because it's had a double top above. And if it fails, I think you're just going to slide. So we're going to have to watch it pretty close here. I always thought it'd be kind of fun to make a lot of money in penny stocks. Not scamming people. People are thinking like Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, no, not like that. Just here it is. There's the parabolic push. So we should be heading to 60 cents now. So GG's. Hopefully you guys held on to your butts or whatever there. AMC needs to stay above 430. So yeah. Who traded that with me? Somebody said they traded it. Day Night, you posted a huge thing. I'm going to read it in just a second, but Doug Fresh, you gotta chill, dude. You're talking a lot. All I can see is Doug Fresh. Hey, Zombie. What's up? Good morning. Who traded that with me? Somebody said they traded it with me. Or you were trading it on your own accord. I wouldn't say you traded it with me. Oh, well. Me. Oh, full FOMO. What a name. Sorry. Good. I got it at 47. That's great. That's really low. So I'm looking at 62 cents. I'm probably going to exit at 62. So I'm not really interested in riding it way up. I might like do half and then just see what the rest does. So I'm just going to get back the profit. I mean, this wasn't a trade that was on my radar this morning, you know. So it wasn't like I was looking for something crazy today, but I wanted to make some money, so that's good that you brought it to my attention. It took me a little bit to analyze it, but we had time to wait, and I think overall pretty good entry. It's hard for me to complain about something like this when the setup is really simple. So I've had 2 decent trades the last 2 days, but this is where I entered down here, so from here we'll see what happens, you know what I mean? I think at this point, I'm not really like super concerned about making like $1 billion on every play. That's not my goal. So like right now, 8%, that's a pretty darn good swing. I mean, you can make millions of dollars just trading, 5 to 10% trades every day. You do not have to be, you know what I mean? You don't have to be going crazy all the time with massive 30, 40, 50% swings. Obviously, if you can do options, some of those plays, you're going to get some really good stuff. But so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to look at, I think we could come back down to 59 cents. But I'm going to look at the 3-minute because I think the 3-minute, this is where the next EMA was. Yeah, it's the 90. So pretty much the same as your... Well, it's 3 minutes, so it's kind of like a different interval, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm not thinking like 60, we go much beyond 62 cents here, at least for now. I know there's a gap way up, and it's not impossible that we go for it and go for the dollar or whatever. But I think in the short term, this to me looks like a top. So if you're just trying to trade, a top, it makes sense to me that you would kind of watch here as it hits this creek and see if it can go forward. And if it can, then you might be in a really good position, because if it's somehow quickly advanced above here, 64 cents, I think you could move into like an SOS range up at 68. It's just not typically like my expectation for stuff like this. Like I would see it as it's reacting, and now we'll see if it finds a bottom, and then we'll see. If the stock is crazy bullish, maybe you'll just turn up and go. Yeah. Let's see if that's the cross section. So I think the other day, I talked about this yesterday a little bit. I think it's a really good topic. There's a big difference between like trading and charting, and in that the charting can be very, very complex, but your trading doesn't necessarily have to be that way. It can be really simple. So for me, it was like divergence on a double bottom on the 1 minute, at least traded up to the creek, So I might just set a stop loss now, since it's going. I might do a trailing stop. Of like, I don't know, a penny? I don't know. That's maybe too much. Not enough, I mean, but it's such a huge range. Yeah, so it pushed above. I don't think it's going to advance like right now. Yeah, we'll see. All right. Yeah, it just pooped out. Okay. Well, that was my trade. So, I mean, it probably didn't make very much money on this, to be honest, but that's okay. It was just a good trade. It's still good practice. Again, I think if you wanted to really load up and hold it, you'd be waiting for this to find a support now, and then wait and see what happens. So I'm out though. So I went from 57 cents to 61 cents. Where did it fill? Hang on, let me double check. So I put a stop in, but I think it was like a 1 penny stop. And it probably, that's what they just did. They just stop loss hunted. So they're going to be looking for support now, buyers. So that's probably what most of that selling was. So if it can find support here, you're going to see it push again. So what you're saying, Booksy, is you chickened out. No, I'm saying I traded what I wanted to trade on this for now. But yeah, I mean, long term, could this continue? Sure. It's cheap enough to trade. So you could do multiple trades on it pretty quick, or you can trade longer term if you want to get it up to $1. It already moved 100%. So retracement was about the 0.5. There's time here to kind of build out a range potentially. It hasn't jumped the main creek just yet. So in some ways, this is like an automatic reaction. Yeah, so 62 cents basically is where I got out. So I traded from 57 up to 62 roughly. So hard to argue. That's a really decent little swing trade. That's a 9% trade. You guys are like, that's garbage. No, it's not. That's a really good swing trade. If I were really aggressive day trader and I were scalping, I could do like 3 or 4 of those in a day. You know, maybe that's a lot, but I could do at least 1 or 2 of those in a day. And I could have put a lot more money into it, made a lot more money. So if you want to know, like, I'll just tell you, like, I bought 200 shares, which means it was about $100. That's not a lot of money, right? So you're not making very much on that at the end of the day. You know, it's like, that's a decent trade for sure. I would have put a lot more capital in it in order to be much more profitable. So, you know, you're like, oh, well, so you made like $15 on that? That's like nothing. Well, no, it's not a lot. But again, it was just more of like the principle of it. Like, I'm not really willing to throw a bunch of money at it right now. But yeah, if I were confident about that move to the top, like I should have been, I should have already had that limit order in. I would have put it at like 64 cents, which is what I was saying. You remember how we were talking about that trajectory? Like, that's exactly where it met too, the trajectory out. So did it end up being correct? That whole like V-shaped trajectory? Yeah, it was. And it gave me a really simple target intersection, and was near that previous top. So could I have put an order in for 64 cents? Yeah. So like if I had been really on top of this trade, as soon as it breached here, and I did put an order in, but I might have put it in for a little lower. I don't know if I would have gotten it, to be honest. I think 57 cents is probably the best entry I was going to hope for. And it did get the pullback. It came down to like 56, but I don't know if it actually got that low. And then I would have exited up here. That's a 12% trade. That's like pushing the limits though. Like that's as extreme as I could have, I think, reasonably gone on a single swing here, just based on the setup. I'm not talking about the big picture setup. If you're just trading this over the course of weeks or something, you're not going to look at this kind of stuff. You don't care. I'm just talking about a really quick 20-minute trade. That's simple. Double bottom, RSI divergence, jump in a creek, done. Buy in, look to the next creek, measure the trajectory out. There you go, 12%, set a limit order, wait for it to hit, and then you're done. And that's probably what happened here. That's why there's so much selling right there. Self-fulfilling prophecy kind of stuff. And then the rest of it's waiting. I mean, at this point, it's not like the trade is over. If you're still like interested in it, you can still play it. You can still hold on to it. This could just be a fifth wave kind of thing. So you could have like a 1, 2, and then 3, 4, and then maybe 5. 5 usually is a lot like 1, so I wouldn't expect it to be very like far. Yeah, I don't know. It would probably not be like substantial. Let's see if the Elliott actually paid off this time. Yeah, pretty darn close, guys. So 1618 extension. So there was another way to confirm this, which was the 1618. So I think you're looking for a fifth wave here. So this wave will be more bearish sentiment, but then there'll be one more potentially if the impulse continues. And it's probably closer to wave 1 in length. That's usually about how it works. It can be bigger than 3, or it can be bigger than 3, but 3 just can't be the smallest. 3's already not the smallest, so you don't have to worry about that. So I was going to look for a box real quick. I like doing boxes because they're basically percentage measurements. When you're in logarithmic, I can't find the box. You would think after doing this for years that I would know where the flippin' box is. I should make my own custom, I guess you can put it on like favorites or something and have like a favorites. You should do it, Booksy. Don't be lazy. Yeah, so just depending on where this falls, this may just barely get us over the top here. So I think you may get one more push. Yeah, maybe one more push to the upside here. Potentially up to about, I mean, it could go up to like 66 cents if this is the bottom. If it comes down really low, like if it went back to the this floor, which is a possibility as well, then I don't think you're going to breach. As you can see, like you probably won't breach that top, you know. It can't come back below, actually no, it can't come back below 59 cents. So that would be the lowest if it's going to do a wave. Sorry, you can't go back through wave 2, like the top in wave 1 rather. If it went back through that bottom at 59 cents, that's where you're going to be out of the waveform. So that's just Elliott wave rules. So you don't have to take it to the bank if you don't want, but that means that roughly that 59.62 area, 59.60, sorry, that's the place you would not want it to see go beneath. So yeah, from here, I think you probably could see a push up to 65 again. So you get a good exit if you wanted to just swing trade it. Is it over the creek enough? I don't know. You know, and if you get a double top here, then I'd be watching RSI, because if the double top comes up and it hits 65 and it's higher than the previous top and RSI is tilted down and volume's lower, I think you're going to have a reversal, and then you're going to be in another, potentially another wave. So that could just be like a wave one. So the good news is that if you were trading this and you just wanted to trade wave three, you would have done it. If it comes up here to like 6.5 and then retraces, again, I'm just kind of estimating it. Then you could get a retracement back down to basically 60 cents. Really, you could go down to like 58 again, which is this previous top. So it's setting up really nice for a potential Elliott trader to get that 618 on a one wave. So if this can go up to 65 cents and finish the fifth wave, I think you might be in a single, that could be like the first of many, right? You can see it come back down. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's okay. I'm not really a big Elliott wave person, but I started reading yesterday about it, and I was like, I kind of like probably should learn this because it's a lot like what I do anyways with iterations. Because everything's built out on like micro to macro moves, which I kind of like. So yeah, here or here could be a potential bottom, and then you move back up, and then you're basically in a wave three situation. So yeah, so if it can make that move pretty strong, if it breaks below 59.60, I think it's gonna probably be invalidated, so that you wouldn't use Elliott, not the three wave structure anyways. You have to like really listen to the rules, otherwise you can get screwed in Elliott wave. Yeah, I could see this. It can touch the top, it just can't go beneath it. And again, if this comes down more, it drags that fifth wave down. The fifth wave was only a fifth wave if it can get back above this top. So yeah, we'll see. Happy to be wrong about it. If I'm wrong about it, oh well. This should be 4, basically. 4 usually looks really bad and boring. And then 5, you swing back up here. It's another 9-cent trade, perhaps. Y'all didn't know you were going to be penny stock trading with Booksy today, but that's what we're doing. So here's the good news, right? If I see that fifth wave complete, I might be looking for that retracement back down. And I think at that point, you could have a really good, it could take a while. I've kind of made it fast. It really could be way out here somewhere. But you could have a really good chance at another wave. So once it, we'll see what happens. If it can make it to a higher high here, we'll probably see some kind of RSI divergence and volume divergence if it can do it. And then you'll see it reverse. And at that point, you're looking at a retracement, maybe a 618. My guess is that it's going to correlate to this or this creek. It's struggling right now to get back above. But then you could see it come back down. And again, potentially make a fuller retracements. How did that come up so far? Should have been down here because it was like 0.5 and 618 or whatever. Yeah, so if this happens, and we can find a bottom here, this would be a really great second entry point. If it breaks down now, you just have to like revisit it. It wouldn't be the same. So you could see this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down instead of an ABC. So yeah, does that make sense? Because then this could be like an ABC correction but going to the downside, so it changes it pretty dramatically. And there's other kinds of stuff with Elliott that's kind of crazy. Like you can look at through there's so many combinations that I'm not really frankly that confident about it. On the big picture, this to me would look like an M cross, like M1 and then M2 here. So if this pushes up, I would say, yeah, that's your M cross, and then I would be waiting for that buy-in. It also looks a little more like that reaccumulation model we talk about with like January or whatever. Yeah, and then we could be in the midst of a. This is kind of crazy, but this is like a 5. Y'all are gonna like this if you want the stock to run. Oh no, it broke down. Bummer. Y'all are like, no. Could you be wrong, Booksy? Maybe. I mean, it's not impossible that's. I don't know. I don't think it's likely though. Darn it. That was about to get really interesting. Yeah, so that M looks like it's finished. It didn't have any kind of last push here. I don't think it's necessarily over, but I would probably expect this to come down and make a, if it can't find support here, like right where it's at, come down and make a new low. Because it's going to go back to a previous creek, and I'm imagining it's this guy. So it's right where it broke out. So potentially down toward near the bottom again. We'll see. You never know, I guess. Anyways, I was about to say that I guess it depends on the way you look at this. If this is like a zigzag correction, like an ABC, you may not get like a 5-wave kind of thing. I'm going to assume that it is more like an ABC this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. I don't know. This could also be a zigzag correction. Well, whatever. This is why I need to learn more about Elliott wave. Maybe I'm missing something. Because, like, for example, if it's not a 5-wave, does that mean that you have, this could be like an ABC correction? And then does that change kind of the rules of this? Because you may not, you may not need to come back down. There's all kinds of questions in my brain. I don't know. What I was imagining was this was not a 1-2 unless it stayed high. It didn't do that. I know it's pumping up again, but it's not over yet. It did a 618 retracement, but it never made the 5th wave, so it kind of just stopped at 1, 2, 3. So I'm not really sure what that means. And again, that's kind of where I'm not sure. But like, let's say for example, this did do a 3-wave. It could be part of a bigger, like this one was like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's very tight. It really just looks like a massive trend. But this could be part of a bigger, like 5-wave, for example. That's like an ABC, part of an ABC correction to the top. So it's probably out the window. Since it dove below here, I don't think that's a good sign, but who knows? Like I said, I like Elliott wave. I'm trying to learn more about it, but I'm not an expert. I feel like it's a big hole in my trading repertoire. Like, there's so much good stuff statistically with Elliott wave. That's interesting. The 1618 is the top here at the 787. So I'm just thinking out loud now, but so that implies that like you would basically head here, which we would have already estimated anyways on a wave, because you are on a range, because you'd be like, oh well, you're gonna go back to the buying climax and check it out. if you were to breach here, and I don't think that's really unusual to think that that would happen. But it didn't quite hold, so I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud again. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see how you could then make like a 3/8 retracement and really advance very far. It looks like you might only come back to here, which is like that gap level. I'm not even sure that is a 3/8 retracement. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. Again, in theory, that's 236. Yeah, I'm just eyeballing it. I think that's pretty close. You might expect it to do that. So it's not actually that far, but it is a decent looking trade if it can get up there. I already mentioned it, but it did come below that first wave, so I'm not sure you can count this as a waveform anymore, but I don't know if it invalidates the larger one. I don't think it does, because so what I mean to say is like it invalidates the fifth wave, so there shouldn't be a fifth wave up because this came below here. But that's just this little small area. It doesn't mean it much for the bigger picture. And technically on the bigger picture, if this is like a first wave, then the 618 is just been met. I mean, it just hit it. So even though like short term, like this doesn't give you a fifth wave, there would be like an invalidation of a fifth wave happening. So that was that little 9% up trade to like 6.5. It doesn't mean that you can't be in the midst of a larger retracement. That it has nothing to do with that in some ways. Yeah, I should have just held my IWM calls. I would have made bank on those. Scared money don't make money, right? Oh well. Charge point is doing its little push up today, back to the 170 mark. MPW is still just coasting at 5. I think it's just a comfort zone for the stock right now before it makes a move. I mean, in theory, MPW could be a really good play at the moment. I'm not really convinced just yet, but in theory, it just jumped a local creek, and if it can find support and start rising, it should be okay. I'm not really convinced because I don't think it actually filled the gap at 480, and also like this consistently low lows here, this is a big reaction. If it holds, then this is like that, it's that setup we've talked about before. I know I'm bouncing around, but we haven't looked at these stocks today, so I'm going to try to get that across instead of just harping on the same stock for the whole morning. Yeah, so this is like your midway cattier. So if this holds higher, that is usually like a really good sign. So I don't know how many times I've talked about this, but this is like one of those magic patterns that you see everywhere. He said magic. He's not a man of science. He's a man of alchemy. Burn him. Burn him. I was reading through comments on some of my recent posts. I don't allow comments on anything but posts anymore because most of them are pretty nasty. Maybe like 50% of them are pretty nasty. That's just social media for you, I guess, or YouTube media, I guess. So I just don't allow comments. It's better that way. And you know, some of them were really nasty, but like one of them was like, again, I don't even read them half the time, to be honest with you guys. So I just don't read them. But like one of them was like something about like this same crap over and over again. It's the same pattern that's played out over and over. How can you say it's good? How can you say this? How can you say that? It's like, well, isn't that exactly? You just kind of answered your own question, you know? If it's a good pattern, then it's a good pattern. It's the same thing we've always seen. Well, then you have a way of measuring it. Whoosh. Yeah, that was a big lightning strike. Yeah, all right. So, like I was saying, like this could still be like a new wave setup where this is like a 1-2. 2 doesn't typically go below 618, but it can. I mean, that's what happened here on IWM yesterday. I was looking at the IWM chart, and I was looking at this as like a potential 1-2. Is it a 1-2? No, not in after hours. In regular trading hours, it is because this didn't come below, but it actually went low in extended hours trading, so it would not be considered the end or the beginning of a wave, right? If it came back below the bottom, but technically it held up. That's why I entered. I got out kind of early this morning, right around my target, around 203.90s. It's since risen, so was it too early exit? Yeah, probably. But I think at this point, what I'd be looking for is some kind of a bottom structure here, and then potentially re-entering as a swing. So AMC is sitting below support now. It's at 428. So I'm inclined to believe the ICE theory that I had, that this was really critical. I'm curious what they're going to do for max pain. Because originally I thought if this breaks to the upside, and it could still be like a shallow S-curve here, where it's like going to peak back up really quickly and rise back up to like 470 something, and then come back to 450. It's still a hook. I don't give a crap what anyone says until otherwise. So even if this came back up, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, it's just maybe a corrective wave. And then you look at the potential that it would then come back down into Friday and end the week at 450 or whatever. And then you basically just have like an LSPY essentially for next week, And that's sort of what I was thinking would happen. We're sliding right now, so I'm kind of curious if we just kept sliding, which is, again, a very unusual thing. I get the feeling it's not going to go all the way down. I think it's going to turn around. I do. I don't know why. I guess because I'm looking at indicators and I'm thinking like it's not really got high volume. There's still a rise. I think you could see it reverse. It may not come back very high though. If it goes really low, you may only see like 450, and then turn back down. May not see that extension up. All right, so yeah, this could be like a big 618 retracement, 786 kind of retracement. Actually came down to the 854, which is really deep. So at this point, I'm not going to hold my breath for FFIE. When it dipped below here, you knew it wasn't going to get a fifth wave, so it was probably going to have to find a bottom. So it didn't find a bottom here. Instead, it's going low. And I think earlier I was mentioning it might come back to here, this lower wave. There was a support found right there. There's a tiny little wick here, and that would be the first support. So it's a preliminary support, right? There was a preliminary supply, and then there was an early support here at like 60 cents. That gives you an indication that there was some kind of stopping power there. So like if I'm making creeks, I'm looking at the previous top from way up here, but then I'm also looking at these two spots. So there was a resistance here, and then it got pushed all the way through, and there's a support here. So this is kind of where you're drawing the line, so to speak. And yeah. So I'm going to kind of reset this a little bit. So I mentioned if it didn't get the fifth wave, there's still a potential now that this comes down low. Frankly, this could be working out a really large range, or it could just be a breakdown, It did push above the resistance here, so that's how they probably generated enough selling power to start the downward move and to kind of crush the fifth wave here, which is what happened when it dipped below. So then you got a little pop and then a reversal back down, and now you're looking at, again, potential bottoms. So big M cross here, that's important. because now I can kind of estimate, and this won't work on like a 1 minute chart, but I can kind of estimate where it might go to later. I can't use a 1 minute chart for the RSI to estimate it really, but I can still do it from here. So when I go look close up at this bottom, and this wouldn't have mattered, by the way, if we had gotten a fifth wave or not, this would have been consistent because it never came above. Where's that marker? Why did I put it way out here? Yeah, so you can look at the bottom and you can see that's where the wave cross right here was, the M shape, and then it hooked back up into the top. So I know that people get annoyed when I start doodling like my spider web stuff. I could just use a fib, but those things are actually, in my opinion, they're noisier, so I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do about that. So this is like a throwback now. It's come all the way back down to 67 cents, or 57 cents. Excuse me. It's back below, you know, this moving average. It's clearly like whipping around it. So now it's using this as like a wave. You can see it up, down, up. So you should be entering a bottom. So what you're going to look for is like, well, where does the next bottom exit? I think it's right here. There's a higher high that was made, but I really don't think that would be, I wouldn't use it as the creek because this is way up here. It doesn't really help you. This was a very clear and distinct resistance here. There's multiple tops. So you've generated like a low creek, if you will. And then, yeah, you can see the early push through. It's a good case study. You can see the early push through right here at 58 cents. Then the distributive action cat ear and then dropping back through it. So GME is not moving at all today. It's kind of right where it's been the whole time. It does look like a little bit of a rising triangle. Those tend to not work out very well for GME unless it's actually on a bottom. And you don't really see any indication here that it's going to break support at 21.21 just yet. So for now, I'm not really sure I would even mess with it. I think if it came above 21.40, maybe right up here around 21.60, I think you could potentially court like a breakout, a reversal. But the local resistance line, that 21.21 area, that's not really been met yet. So it's not been broken. So previously on GME, those for my 24 fans out there, that kind of a push up into that rising triangle after a drop doesn't typically end well. We've had a lot of those kind of hooks coming down. So you have to see it really reverse. This looks better than the other, but even here, like I would be looking at this like I'm on the 10 minute, but I'd be looking at this like, okay, well, it's just crossed down. Is it going to break out or is it going to like kind of reject and then head back down? Same deal. It's kind of reflecting what you're seeing in the price action. I get the feeling AMC is just really, it's just like it's like, I think it's teasing out shorts right now, like to see if there's any bites. Because the volumes come down quite a bit. We're kind of coasting on these bottoms. I don't see this as this to me looks like a bottom. I don't know, on the 30-minute RSI. It reminds me a lot of that shallow S-curve we talk about. Now the reaction to that, as you guys know, on the macro would be coming back up here to near the top. So like 456. It's not quite done yet, so it's got the M shape. Yeah, it's definitely aiming for this guy here. I'm really curious now where that intersection is.
is triangulating, which is kind of always something I want to like kind of pay attention to. It looks like Friday, like open at 4:55. Let's get rid of this noise. So it already left that behind. I think we're looking at this creek here as the creek. So I think we're basically there. I'm thinking that AMC is going to reverse here and head back all the way up to 4:55. So I might trade that. Yeah. I'm going to look at the 6-minute chart and see where that RSI is because it's my favorite one. Yep, divergence on the 6-minute. All right, AMC is probably going to pop here and head back up to 4:55. That's my guess based on the technical setup. I think we're going to see it happen. If it's not popping now, it's going to pop shortly. So I am going to trade it because I'm in the business of making money here. So I'm not going to do anything too crazy with options, but I might do a week out. So June, that's still pretty soon. I might just do in the money if I can afford it down to like 4, which is kind of deeper in the money, and just trade that quick hike in volatility. And you're not going to get the biggest returns, but I don't really care about that right here. I really want to I don't want to say play it safe, but I want to make sure I'm getting a good deal on it. And so I might do a $4 strike for next week and then just play it up to 450. It'll be more modest returns, but that's a short term in the money call. So yeah, I'm thinking I can get that. I think it's going to happen. I'm pretty confident about this. All right. So I got a 48-cent contract fill. So I'm going to take a quick breather. I need to use the restroom, but I'm playing it. I'm pretty confident we're going to see a reactive move back up to 455 or thereabouts. So I'm just going to play that. This to me looks like a really good setup. On the bigger picture, I'm not seeing anything but what appears to be like a bottom. And this looks like it's about to reverse. And I think the target's sort of self-evident. It's this creek rising. It could hit lower and reject and then come up later. But I just want to play the volatility hike. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to be right back. Okay, I just need to use the restroom real quick. All right, thanks guys for your patience. I got a snack, coffee, use the restroom. All right, so the reason why I was like, you might be thinking, and I know that you're like, well, you just rushed an entry. That doesn't seem very wise. Well, this is a really steep drop. So my thought is that the reactive move to it's probably, like we talked about here, probably going to be pretty fast. If it can find footing, it may still have a decent chance of a quick backup rather. If it reverses here, you don't necessarily just go right. You could have to come back up 438, come back down, and then maybe push again. It may buck against the trend, which is why yesterday when I entered IWM, it ultimately didn't play out during regular trading hours. It's important to note that playing against the trend is not something that a lot of people, I wouldn't say it's not something a lot of people do. A lot of people do it, but it's a different kind of trading methodology than playing with a trend. So like if you're playing with a trend right here, you're thinking, oh, it's going down. I'm going to enter only down positions. I'm entering I'm like basically trying to catch a knife here, which is dangerous. But look at the setup, okay? The setup is really simple. You have a double bottom RSI on lower lows, and then locally you have today in this pinch formation, another divergence in the 6-minute RSI, which AMC really likes. On the bigger picture, the reason why I entered this is that on the bigger picture, like I went up to just like 30 minutes, but there's still a divergence at 30 minutes on this bottom. There's really not that much room to go. Like you could have a steep drop, but even if you had a steep drop here, like there's not exactly like again, it's kind of like we could keep going up and up and up. We know that max pain's at 450. So it's already like, oh, you're already looking at it like, well, it's above you, the end of the week, Friday is coming. It's more than likely going to end up near max pain. So we already know that the target might gravitate back up here. Doesn't have to. That doesn't happen every single week. But given the fact that we're really close to it, we haven't made any significant drop yet. All we've done is kind of hooked here, established this as a resistance now, push down through previous support, testing it. I just don't think it's very likely, based on everything I'm seeing, and I'm up to the hourly right here. I don't think it's very likely that outside of like a stiff drop here, which is possible, like a really quick drop and move back up, I don't think it's very likely we just drop off the edge of the earth going into tomorrow. If it happens, it happens. You know what I mean? You have to set stop losses. You have to be aware that there's always a chance that you're just completely wrong and it does something that you don't expect. But I'm looking at this down to the hourly. The hourly RSI doesn't have any kind of strong divergence except for these last couple of bottoms. And it does have a divergence up to the hourly. That's to be expected though. It's a very short amount of time. And it's not exactly like 3 candles as much to go off of on the hourly. I wouldn't put a lot of bank into that. This to me looks like it was bought up, right here along 450s for a particular reason. Obviously, we know that was where that ice level is. Slid down, dropped it. I see this as a potential reversal point. So that's the way I'm going to play it. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. Right, Booksy? Then everybody can see me lose the money, I guess. But I think it's going to go back up to 455. And I'm looking at the setup. Reminds me of a shallow S-curve. It's got the RSI divergence. We could add MACD to it if you want to add MACD to it. Usually, I don't use that indicator, but MACD divergence is also a good one to use in combination with RSI divergence. And I don't do it very often. But yeah, is it divergent? Thus far, yes, it is. You can tell that, again, like we're on a 6-minute chart here. You can kind of tell that there might be an opportunity here to not have divergence, right? It had a little bit of stopping power here, and then it just kind of didn't stop, right? It just kept going down. So right now, is it pointed up? No. So I wouldn't say it's overly divergent like on the very, very short term on the day. But when I zoom out just a little bit, it actually looks like it is divergent. You have kind of a long-term one too from Tuesday. It's long-term relative to a 6-minute chart, right? So it looks like it's building some pressure to the upside. It may only just be kind of a reactive move up. That's what I'm kind of expecting here. I'm not really expecting it to necessarily hold, but that's that. Yeah, so FFIE is popping. It's trying to get back above this creek. This was my target right here, so I'm not trading it yet. It double bottomed on that previous support that we had plugged in this morning. Really, this has been a really nice trade. I mean, this has been a really nice, clean trade. I always put stuff out there with my expectations of what might happen. But even if that didn't happen, like, you still got the main creeks that you watch. And so far, this has been really on point. Like, the waveforms have been ridiculously tight. Like, they're hitting the intersects like perfectly. They're hitting supports. So it's made a higher low. So at this point, if it were to continue after making a higher low and it were to break up here, I'd be very, very bullish on FFIE. I would be careful at this venture, though, that it doesn't come back beneath the bigger creek, because that's where you're going to have potentially like that cat ear, right? So you'd have like ear 1, ear 2, and this would be like the paw or whatever. This is the place where you'd have a little bit of danger if it can advance. If it can't advance and it just stays flat here, then you're going to be watching carefully for a fake breakout, like a head fake. That also happens sometimes. So the only way this kind of works for FFIE at the end of the day, no matter if it goes up now or if it chops and goes up later, the only way this works is if you get back above here with support. So even though you might be tempted to say like, well, I want to buy now, the price is lower. Yeah, I mean, you could average in. You don't want to jump in too early just yet, because you wouldn't want to jump in just on a break, because like technically this could easily come back up to like just above and then just redistribute really rapidly. And as soon as it breaks the ice down here, this would be your ice level now at 56. You'd be in deep doo-doo, because it would be bad. It would be really bad. Like, you would see a very, very significant slide. So at the end of the day, again, you really want to see this pocket hold. And it could be a little sooner than later. It doesn't have to be like the way I drew it out. It just depends on whether the advance is made now or wherever. You can advance rapidly up above here and do it. You could chop below and do it. That part doesn't really make any difference to me, because it's variations of the same thing. But basically, you'd want to see it hold support. So in my mind, the better trade here is a series of, if this holds and it doesn't go down for like a spring or anything, would be to, because from here, if it went down, it may not be bearish still. It could still be a spring. But anywho, I digress. Would be a series of like LS or LPSs basically up to the top. Like, that's what you'd want to see in a bullish price action here. So is that basically it starts going like parabolic through these support levels. And that's kind of like your best case scenario. AMC just broke out. So that's good. And I heard GME was running up too. It also kind of jumped over this little local downtrend. Not quite the same setup as AMC for obvious reasons. This is clearly like low in the range. This is like mid-range. If this ends up happening the way that I kind of mapped it out, that'd be pretty crazy. But I don't really expect it to be 1-to-1. So if you're looking at my drawings here and you're like, wow, it's been pretty accurate so far. Well, I don't think there was much of a call out there in just saying it could come back, break through here, and go to the gap. That's all that's really happened. So that's not much of a. Anyone could look at that and say, yeah, that's likely. This really would have represented this move here, this little diagram. So what this is a larger diamond structure where you're going to trade this pocket above the 2146 and then could possibly see a breakdown or a breakout of the diamond. It really doesn't have to go the way I drew it. This was just looking at this motif as a larger setup and like how this could drive you back down to here before rocketing up. And let me tell y'all, if it goes down to like 1450 on earnings, I don't want to play like stupid high risk because I think that's dangerous, but I'd be willing to bet that we could see it potentially rocket all the way back up to 32. I mean, it could be another huge swing. So I don't want to get that far ahead, but that's definitely a possibility because that's like a major retest. I mean, there's also a chance it flat out fails the retest and just dumps right here, and then it would be abysmal. You'd be talking about really low lows, but at that point, by comparison. So, yeah, so AMC's moving. So I'm going to go ahead and set up my exit for my call position. Because I don't expect it to grow like exponentially. You have to walk the dog. She poops too much. Yeah. Sorry, I was just reading down. It's gap down 2 days in a row. 430 broke. Yeah, but I mean, it did break, but that's where all this, that's why I was bullish on it, because this is where all this divergence starts. So now we're getting a little cross on the moving average. We've pushed out of this wedge. It's probably going to find some resistance around 438 and then have to kind of come back to the 430s to regain support. So SBFM. Yeah, I can take a look at that. I need to set up my exit though before I do that. So I don't want to miss it because I'm like, I know that you guys don't like hearing me. Maybe you don't mind it, but I need to be able to trade. It's one of those things that when I'm streaming, I get so into the charts and I'm not really trading. But I set personal goals for myself, and one of those goals was to make a certain amount per week. AMC's big move kind of made me, I mean, frankly, I was kind of set for the month, so I didn't have to really worry about it. But I still want to try to hit my personal weekly goals because it's good practice. So I've made my monthly income is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm happy with what I've made this month. I don't really need to push my luck here, but I do want to practice hitting my weekly goals. So yeah, as expected, in the money call at 4, very little movement. You know, on the whole, you have you have to temper your expectations when you do something like that, and I'm not expecting like a massive return. So I'm looking for, like, again, maybe like 10% or something. If it can get up to 450. If I were doing calls that were expiring tomorrow and I had a 450 call for tomorrow, I might have entered one of them just to the YOLO play, as people say, but that would have been different because you'd see a massive spike, and then because of theta being crushing at this point, you'd have to get out on that massive spike, or else you're going to end up losing money probably. And IWM is just on a tear. I know I got out really early, and I was kind of expecting it to kind of top out maybe here or at 204.80. So we'll see. I may have been wrong in exiting too soon, but I guess I got the call out. So again, good practice. It's very similar to what we see on AMC right now in some ways. simple enough to read. So anywho, I'm going to set up my exit and then I'll look at that stock you want me to check out. As you wish. I will do whatever you say. That's not quite how it works. As You Wish was Princess Bride. And I don't love you like that. That guy was like in love with her or whatever. Which is a nice story, but at the end of the day, what if he was really dumb and that's all he could say? And then she just fell in love with him. And turns out he really didn't know what he was doing. He just said, as you wish. And she just loved him because he was handsome or whatever. That'd been disastrous. You guys are like, what? Yeah, anyways, don't worry about that. I was talking about Princess Bride. If you've never seen the movie or whatever, then don't worry about it. The reference would have been lost. My internet's kind of chugging right now. I might have to kill the Discord. I don't know. It's just technical setup. I don't know what else to tell you about IWM. It fell on some hawkish news. Some dude, part of some like local mini, I don't know, like Minnesota or something. Some dude that was part of some federal committee in the state level was like really hawkish about. And that's what they were attributing that fall to. On he was saying that like interest rates were going to be stuck in the mud and all this other crap. But he basically that's what they were attributing the fallout on IWM to. I just thought it was a good technical setup. I don't feel like there was much else to it. I mean, you have a pretty clear indication that this wasn't like a strong bottom, or that this was a strong bottom because of the way the technical's set up. It hasn't broken out of like the downtrend. So, I mean, there's still like a chance that it gets up kind of where it's at now and just kind of craps out, goes sideways and still drops. And FOMC's again just around the corner, so who knows? You know, I'd say if it breaks here, 205, you probably head back up to 209. That'd be another good entry point, potentially here to here. This is sort of the second leg of that move. But again, potentially. But I was reading the Discord and I was trying to see what people were asking about. But I'm going to have to get off of the Discord for now because it's chugging. Chugging. Moving real slow. Yeah. Charge point's up 6%. So it actually rallied pretty hard. We were talking about it earlier. It's not out of the woods yet. It'd have to make a pretty strong advance back above maybe 180 or something with some support in order to not go down to that 156 level. And I think it would probably coincide with what we see in IWM, whether it kind of holds here or heads low. It's not that complex. So anyways, you're gonna have to bear with me while I mess with some stuff. So I had entered, let me see what my entry was. I don't think it was the greatest entry ever, but I'd entered into $4 in the money calls for AMC just to ride a potential move back up to 455 here. I got in pretty much at the bottom, like down here, but I don't expect a huge return on it. So I wouldn't look for like 100% or even necessarily 30% on it. I'm just going to kind of watch it walk up here, and then once it gets to this top region, I'm probably setting an exit plan to exit up here. As I'm just going to play the volatility spike. I don't really care about the long-term thoughts on that. Don't really have any. Because for right now, that's not my interest in why I'm trading it. So, you know, I do leaps at times when I think long term we're going to see a move, and then I'm really just playing a swing, and I think options trades are best played quick, like not dawdling. There are times like this morning on IWM where if I had waited, I would have gotten a really strong exit here. I got out about 203, so I was like probably missed out on a good 20-30 cents on those calls, which is a bummer. But I traded my plan, still made profit, and that's that. That's what you gotta do. So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually charting on a completely separate program. So I chart my you guys are like, well, I don't see what you're doing at all, Booksy. All I see is a screen. I know. So I chart my options contracts just like I chart everything else, and I use Fidelity to do that. And what I'm doing is basically I'm going in and using their trading dashboard to chart the actual contract itself, not the price, but the price for the contracts. And then what I do is I look for the levels that kind of coincide with what I'm thinking is going to happen. There's always going to be a difference because in the event, or in the, with the case of like an options contract, especially if the expiry is nearby, you're going to constantly be losing value as you get closer to that expiry. So you're not going to get the same kind of reaction that you might with just the share price, if that makes sense. So instead, what I look for is like, when the volatility starts picking up, can I get a trend? And then where's that trend headed? And then how do I exit the trend? Maybe at a level that I'm comfortable with. So right now there is a trend from like 44 cents on these contracts. Again, I'm just kind of giving you like the bare minimum here. And it looks like the trend might be trying to head back up towards a previous support on those contracts, which is at like 60 cents. So do I think it's likely if we get this push and it just has a massive push up to 445, do I think it's likely it can get to 60 cents? Maybe. I don't think it's as likely that it goes way beyond that. I just don't think that's as valuable. And as soon as it turns back down, like going into tomorrow, heading back towards, again, maybe it's like goes a little higher than 450 and then it comes back down, I think you're going to start drastically losing value. So you when you play against a trend, you're kind of, and against time, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot in some ways. But that's why I think I was saying a minute ago, like quick entry, quick exit, probably for the best most of the time. So it did break out. I mean, it broke out just like the trend broke out. So we're just kind of waiting to see if AMC can find some support here. I think it's going to have a little bit of a time right now, maybe around above 432 here, find some support. And then I think we're going to see it push harder, potentially up to, I mean, I don't know. The trajectory on the output here is pretty steep, but it would probably still take a couple hours. Could be closer to close before we actually see. Yeah, maybe closer to closing time before we actually see like 450s again. So we could see some sideways is what I'm trying to say. but I think it's a decent chance that it continues up pretty far. We were definitely oversold on the 1 hour. We were oversold on the 30-minute, on the 15-minute, and on the 6-minute. There were divergences all the way down to an hour, or all the way up to an hour. I didn't look at higher time frames because I'm not looking at multi-day swing here. Multi-day, that sounds like multi-pass. I'm just full of references to movies. I think it's an appropriate place to be. What if you're wrong, Booksy? What if it dumps? Well, at this point, if it continued to dump here, I think you're looking at just like RSI resets, and then you would have to kind of watch to see on the higher time frame what's going on, because 6-minute can give you like a good indication where a bottom might be and a top might be, but it's still like small term, so I'd still have to go back up and see what's going on. So even if you were getting like reset dumps here, which happens, so during a downtrend, a lot of times your lower time frame on RSI gets pinned at like 50, and then it dumps again, and pinned at 50 and dumps again, or things like that happen. Maybe more like middle to low time frames, not the lowest. FFIE is getting like a really big wind up here. It's starting to look like a pennant. I have a lot of PTSD about pennants because of you guys are like, that's not a good way to use that word. Well, it's mostly because of AMC, because the cat ears always set up in a pennant. And one of the things that has happened to us frequently on AMC is that you get that push up, but then there's no support. And if you lose that support after the push up, the pennant turns into a gigantic, you can see it visually. I hope you guys can see that visually. The pennant can turn into like a giant cat ear, like really fast. You see that? So it's not it's not always a great thing. I kind of look at it like, well, pennant structures in the market, I take them with like a grain of salt. Anyways, I got to finish setting up here. So I think what I'm going to look for is like a 60, maybe a 60 to 62 cent, or maybe 67 cent exit here. I don't think it's going to go ridiculous crazy. And actually there's a, it's funny, there's like a wedge on the, I don't know how I feel about that, but there's a wedge on the, I'd be interested to know if somebody thinks this is like complete and total snake oil, but I wonder if there's a charting method that you can use where you can use a web or so a 618 retrace breakout doesn't seem very likely on these contracts, but if it happened, it'd be like $1. There's a wedge that technically could have a breakout up to like $1 per contract, but I get the feeling that's way too high. I think a 3.8 would be a lot more reasonable given the term. So I'm gonna set an order here. I'm gonna set a limit. And I didn't forget about you. I'm going to go back and take a look at SBFM. I don't know what that is, but that's something that I'm more than willing to do for you. I'll do it in a minute. Yeah, so I think 80 cents is really high, but I think we might get it. That'd be a stupid profit, though. I don't know if that's likely. How much is a 60 cent exit? I mean, that's pretty good, too. Okay, well, maybe I'll exit like half at 60 cents if it can get there. And then I'll do the rest higher if it can get there. try it out. That way I've secured some profit, and we'll see what happens after that. Yeah, so here's that chop I was talking about. It happened, it did happen low. So you have to be careful not to get the distributive spike here. And this kind of a spike, you might think it needs to go all the way back up to the high here, but it really doesn't. It could technically go up just above this previous high at like 61.91. If it came above that 61.91 and then broke back down through the creek, that's where you're going to have, I think you probably won't want to have a stop, because that's where you're going to have a problem if it advanced. Jeez, this lightning just wrecking the sky. Okay. So I'm going to watch it. I think it's a decent enough trade up to that point, but I'm pretty hesitant to just jump into something like that, because you could still have a flush down. Honestly, if it flushed down, I might even be more comfortable examining another entry lower, because that could be like a spring action. This is a B support. I could see it not even dipping that low, but just down to here. And then if it jumped a creek, yeah, you could get like a massive turn potentially. So that would be a stronger one for me. But either way, this isn't a great trade until above 63. So what's this ticker that you wanted me to look at? SBFM. NU. I'm still in NU, but I've been trading in and out of my position over the time. Yeah, the long time ago it was like $3. It's up to like 12 now. It's at it's at all-time highs, so it's kind of struggling to I don't know, continue, I guess is the right word. It's not in a place where you would feel super confident about advancing. And it had kind of a distributive action recently. So I've been watching it kind of closely to see if it holds above, I think it's 1150. And see if it can hold that support and then continue to new highs. It would have to be a strong advancement to new highs, like at this point, because it's already at near at all-time highs. So I get the feeling that if the market, it rallied kind of with SPY, but much like IWM, it sort of topped off and stopped for a while. I get the feeling that with the market, it's going to run with the market. So I think the next FOMC meeting is going to be the point at which we make a decision with NU. I'm still in it. Like my more recent buy-ins were like 1050, 1150. I mean, I'm trading in and out of it because that's the way I traded it. Had I just bought a bunch of shares and held them, I'd be set. I don't know. I'd be set, I guess. I didn't do that. So, I mean, I'm just being honest. I think I rode from like 3 up to like 7. And then I thought, well, it's probably going to pause for a bit. And it did. But, I just basically just got out too early. And then I re-entered again later. Once it started jumping other creeks, I was like, okay, it's going to just keep going. And it's a really bullish stock. So if you're interested in a good one that's a little bit more regular, that's been on more of a bull trend, NU is a really good one. But it's at a place right now where, biopharma. Yeesh. It's at a place right now where NU would be a little higher risk because it's already hit all-time highs. And so you're kind of, I would say most of the time when that happens, you're sort of expecting, especially because it's a younger stock, you're sort of expecting it to need to find its footing. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I think FOMC is going to be the big thing though. So I'm just kind of holding off. It's not really doing much. it's not very exciting to watch right now because it's kind of just chopping near the top. I think I have it on this chart. I'm not going to do a full analysis because I promised I'd look at this other thing. But yeah, see, so it's like up here. So you can see how this is sort of dangerous because it already did something that looks a little distributive, and it could be like an SOS where it's like pushing and then backing up, and then it's going to run again. But I'm also inclined to see that as like a cat ear top. So it's like anything else. You have a trend, you know, you just want to see it hold. And if it doesn't hold and it breaks down, it's probably going to come down pretty far. Like, I imagine that if this breaks down, it'll be back down to like 1050s, this pocket here. So, like, I've been playing like short-term little stuff here and there after this bigger run, but this has been like a historically massive run. So, for this stock, it's a big deal if it were to continue at this point. I think you could make an argument that if the strength of the stock wanes and the RSI on the daily is kind of coming down while this is going up, volume kind of turns over, this could see a pretty gnarly pullback. And my guess is it would go back real low compared to where we are. It'd probably come back to this trend here, since this is where that divergence kind of began, right back on this move. I think it would probably be back here. I don't know if that's a fib level. But that's the way I'm seeing it right now, is like it'd probably come back to like this 830 mark. And yeah. So I could see that happening. And you know, if there are times when a stock is just really strong, we see it all the time in like SPY, where divergence doesn't make any lick of difference, you know? It doesn't have to. It's just observation, right? So if it's kind of trending downward and there is any kind of weakness here, I do think you could have a pretty significant drop and then eventually distribute down to like 860s. Long term, that could be really positive, because if you come back and you find support, then you've got a nice trading range from 8s to 12. I mean, it's an easy place to trade. Some pretty big swings. And of course, if you're bullish on it and you're like, well, maybe this is just like an SOS period, then yeah, I think you can get a push up to like 15. This is one of those trades that it was very historic. I mean, it was very undervalued. I wouldn't say historic because it wasn't that old. It was very undervalued when it was back down here near 3. And I picked it out randomly on an earnings week and looked into it. And it was like, oh, this is a really good trade. And now it's way up. But, you know, at that time, it was hard to even trade options on this thing. Like, there was no interest in it. There was no open interest, no volume on the options chain. They didn't even go very far out. You could barely get leaps for like 6 months out. You know, it was not an easy trade. It was really like a shares only kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, anywho, so that's it. I don't really have anything else to say about it right now. I think if it's distribution, we could end up going back down to like 8. And if it can hold here and advance back above 1230s and hold, I think you're just going to see a rip to like 15. But it's a big question. So, okay, so biopharma, these are the kind of things that can get you messed up. So just keep in mind that pharmaceutical stocks tend to run on news. They're like kind of like penny stocks. Like they'll have like a batch of good news that comes out, and then they'll run really hard and people will pump them up. I don't know if you guys have ever been to like Stock Twits. I used to go back in the day to that place. It's not a good place in my opinion for serious traders, because there's way too many people who are like baiting others. So I'm not going to talk about this like on, what the heck? What is this? Okay. So I'm not going to talk about this on the basis of anything like that. But a lot of times these things are just, I don't want to say scams. That sounds really bad. But it's like they're waiting for some kind of a medical breakthrough. The longer it's been around, the more credibility it has, the more I think it's worth maybe looking into. But anything like short term with pharmaceuticals, I'd be like super, super hesitant. So this has been around since 2010. So it's been around for a while. It's probably endured multiple splits at this point. I don't know why. It looks like it was once upon a time it was valued at $1 billion or $1 million. No, I mean it's just splits. So yeah, there's a widening spread. I don't know. There's still a lot of room down here if it continues. So what is it about SBFM that you want to see? Like, are you looking for a short-term trade? Are you just kind of stuck in this and wanting to get out? Or are you thinking it's a good swing trade? Like, what are your thoughts? So the person who brought it up was Wow Stock. And I'm not going to sit here and like pump a stock. So I know that's not necessarily what you're doing, but there are people that do that for these kinds of things. So the way that I would probably trade something like this at this point is, I don't even know if I'd really look at creeks very much, like maybe a little bit. But like, for example, like on the 2 hour, you can see that it returns pretty often to the 2 hour moving average. So there's no guarantee it's going to do it now. We could look locally and see if there's a setup here. I don't really see one. It looks like a flag and then a drop. I'd have to see volume. Where's my volume indicator? Why is volume not on here? I don't know. There's gaps galore and most of them aren't getting filled. So wouldn't say this is a good gap fill play. So this kind of sucks. AMC is taking the deep retracement route for this first move. I'm just kind of looking over here on the right. It's still got the divergence. There's nothing wrong with that. But the breakout here, it looks like it's doing a throwback. It's pretty typical AMC stuff, to be honest. We often see that deep retracement. It's been doing 786, 854 retracements forever. So potentially comes down 420s. So unfortunately, it looks like it rejected. So I might have been jumping the gun a little bit on this because it looks like it's rejected off of 430 again. So there was a good buy-in on the breakout and the volume went away. You can see that sellers are trying to knock it back down. So we're looking at a need to get a higher low, basically. If there's no higher low here, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to reevaluate. A higher low could be at 428. There was a support here previously. And then you need to see it sort of advance. There's a lot of... there's still a lot of questions on this move. I'm not out of it. I'm still in it. I'm still feeling it. I just think that we want to see it find support in advance. So I'm trying to keep my finger on the pulse. Short-term trade on SBFM. Yeah. So my thought on this is that well, so first of all, there's like a ton of room to go down. Why is my volume not on here? I'm kind of confused. Oh, I think I put it on, I guess I put it on another. There we go. Yeah, so right now, this is where you had the most stopping power. So there was a large buy-in right at like 75 cents. And you can see that the recent efforts, this gap down and all that jazz, this walk down has been to get it below that 75 cents. You can see here that the RSI on the 2 hour, which is a pretty high time frame, is indeed turned up. It does appear to be divergent. I don't think there's much you could say here that would convince me otherwise, that it's not going to, potentially be positive. Even longer term, it's still really divergent as well. So it reminds me a lot of the whole market. Ever since beginning of the year, there's been a group of stocks that have had big sell-offs, and then they've become really divergent over time. Meaning, like, as they're going down, they're also... So you've got kind of a wind up here. You see that? Yeah, so kind of pushing back to the upside. I like to look back and see if the history of divergence on a stock has really mattered. So like here, there's a divergence and it didn't really matter. It didn't really do anything. But then again, this was a different time. The trading was very narrow range and it did push up. It just didn't go very far. So same here. There's pretty massive divergence from this bottom to this bottom. It did this one in this case. It did result in a big reactive move here back up to the top. So again, I'm just kind of looking at the history of it and seeing if it's something that makes sense. Let's look level to level. I've got an alert set on FFIE, so if it goes up past a certain level, I'm going to know. And until it gets above that level, I'm not particularly bullish on it, even if it does break above the creek. So unfortunately, AMC is really backpedaling pretty hard. So I think we're going to get either a 786, 854, and if we don't get that, it's possible we get a double bottom, but the creek's pretty low, so you might see sellers take it down even below the bottom. I still think it's a really good trade. I'm just like waiting on it. It looks like it's near the 786 retracement. Just trying to keep my pulse on that and GME today. GME broke out of its downward channel. For the moment, it just seems to be backing up to the channel and backing up to that 2221 level that we talked about earlier. It's below it, but it could still find support near here and try again, and I think it might. So nothing really bad going on with AMC and GME right now. My entry was still like low. It was still down here, but I'm sure that the options contracts are shifting quite a bit now, as they do. And frankly, I was thinking as we were talking about it, I was thinking about how that entry might have been premature because it was a pop and then it probably was going to quickly drop back and try to find support. And this move could last all day if it is going to continue. So it was kind of an early entry for me. And I mentioned that when it happened, that like it's back down to where I entered basically, even though the price is higher. That's the nature of options though. So, all right. So we're looking at SBFM. Sunshine Pharmaceuticals. Right. So the only concern I'd have with this is, again, like in the past, there have been plenty of divergences that didn't really do much. So the entry on this is a little sticky compared to maybe the others. Like we were looking at IWM or even AMC, and I'm like, well, it's fairly reliable. On this one, it's been a little less reliable. But I think long term, when you're looking at this, the divergence started back here in February. And my thoughts usually are that could indicate kind of where the divergence sort of resets to, which is a huge move. I don't think that seems very realistic, but maybe over time. It's probably more of an angle reset where it's like you'd have to find like the prevailing center mark and then see where that is in relationship to it. I know it sounds stupid, but RSI has a tendency when it has a divergence to kind of, I don't know if it's a standard deviation, but a lot of times if you kind of note where the divergence starts, it can be really helpful. So in a channel, I might look at this and say, well, there was a divergence. It started on maybe the bottom of this channel or something, right? And then as it's going through the channel, you guys are like, it broke down. I know. But as it's going through the channel, it's I'm just kind of seeing where that trend went. How would I do that though? Yeah, it may just be like to the top. So what is that, 32 degrees? That's interesting. So maybe a little more realistic, since this does like to come back to the EMAs, is a test here. So if this is the swing, then the test goes up to maybe about $2, back to this moving average. So there's a potential here for a pretty massive move out of nowhere, it would seem, and then you'd have like a huge. It already had a really big buy-in though, which kind of confuses me. So let me think about where you would see a exit. I think right now, kind of just sitting on the mark. This to me looks like a breakdown, a reactive move, and then you can see like the cross happen here to try to get you back above. I don't have extended hours on, but I bet it looks a little different in extended hours to get you back above here. I think there'd be a good buy-in opportunity at like 74 cents. So if this moved back above and it landed here and found a support and you saw a continuation, I would venture that this could be a pretty strong reversal. Now initially you're going to have some stopping points. So like this is the structure of the wave right here. And so what I would do is I would draw that and then this. And so what you would expect is a push up here, and this would be like your, what we call like the M cross, right? And then a push up here, and that's probably where your gap fills, and then you get a pullback. This is where it either makes or breaks, because if the pullback's too far, you may not continue. But I think at that point, you'd be looking at this, and that's like your SOS move. So if I'm trading from the point of view of strength, and I think this is going to happen, then I could trade on these LPSs and like buy in here, 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 and then sell if it breaks beneath, you know, the obvious, like breaks beneath the creeks that are established. So I do think this is a good trajectory one. So very low volume here by comparison. It looks like that shallow S curve. It looks like it's breaking. I think I'm correct. I think the first move is up to this creek up at 84 cents. That's the top of the shallow curve here. It's also the creek. And I'm looking at the RSI and I'm looking at where that would land. I think it's going to be right there. So I think that to me feels pretty confident. I feel pretty confident about that. The rest of it I'm not as confident about, just too far off 57. Because you'd have to see how it reacts once it hits that point. But yeah, I was pretty close. So where's the gap here? Close at 97.66. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. That's a really strong trend, so I think we can just use it. Let's just anchor ourselves and use it. So AMC got a 786 retracement. We're going to see what happens now when it's pushing back up. I'm starting to like this more than I'm looking at it. It is a dangerous trade for obvious reasons, but there's a lot of potential for return here. I'm going to try something. I don't know anything about the timing, but I think if it hits this level, we would have an idea of retracement levels if it did come back up. And it makes sense because you can see that's like where the floor was up here. Where would it maybe retrace back to? So 69 cents. That's kind of like an average retracement level for a wave. There's not really much else to it. So it's a deep retracement. So it does look to me like that would retrace down to all the way back down potentially to here to 68 cents. Yeah. So it's kind of right where I had it, but I didn't do that on purpose. Just kind of eyeballed it. I was looking at those supports. So maybe there, maybe a little bit lower, maybe down to 64. And then you potentially, and I know I'm just kind of spitballing with these Elliott wave things, but a lot of times that second wave is a 1618. So this implies that you could see that second wave, or that wave 3 rather, up to the 618 level. And then this is where you get like a longer wave 4. I could see this going back up to 150. Or back up to this gap. Yeah. So where was that again? It's like here. So what's that number? I can't even see it. 113. It's close enough that it might just be that level. AMC is hitting that 430 area. It's kind of just chopping around it right now. Not feeling really good about the lack of support there thus far. There's some other trend it's on. I don't know what that is. I think that might be one of the major creeks, like from way up top. I'm not sure. I don't remember where that came from. Hang on a second. Let me widen the screen so I can see what's going on here. Alexa, turn off the timer. All right, hang on a second. Oh, yeah, it's one of those parallels. So one of the theories that I had was that those parallels play into the macro structure. So we're kind of sitting on one of them right now. That was one of the ones I picked out. I think the next one it's a parallel, so frankly it would just be like take this parallel and drag it up to the next place that it kind of chopped a lot, probably here or here, which coincides with earlier targets we were talking about, maybe coming up to 470. I don't think it's likely that happens as an end of the day action, you know. I think you're probably going to see it come back down to 450 Friday, but maybe on this push, you could see it come back up pretty high. It is kind of guessing because I don't know where this parallel would go back to. I'd have to go check. Anyways, I was just curious what that line was because I was staring at it and I'm like, well, it seems important because we're kind of gravitating on it. So if we can find support coming off of it here, which again is like 430, I think we're going to see that push continue. Not really much else to say about it just yet. Anyways, I just needed to look so I know what it is. So it is important. So we're chopping around it right now. So a push off of it would be decent. All right, so what was I doing? Oh yeah. I'm gonna try to get these 2 points and just do an extension instead of, yeah, there it is. So maybe a little further over. More like this. And honestly, I think at that point, you're likely going to see a larger, probably here, you're going to see a longer term pullback. Like I think it would probably break whatever trend, if there is a trend. So yeah, something like this, and then or thereabouts, maybe going into Monday the 17th, and then perhaps after that point, it's a we'll see kind of thing, but I think you probably come all the way back down to 81 cents. I don't think this bottom has to be met repeatedly. I think you could probably meet it here, and then this guy would end up coming low. And what it would look like to us after the fact was it looked like it just kind of coming back down through a creek to test. This would be like a longer sideways action here. So you'd break out of whatever trend. It hasn't happened yet, so all of this is speculation. But you'd break out of whatever trend you have. That's your reactive move, and then you'd have a deeper retracement. And my guess is that if we do a fib level to that 113 from the bottom, that you're going to see it coincide with like a Fibonacci retracement, and it's the 0.5. So right there. So I think that this looks like a really simple mathematical move. It just has to go through the motions. So the trade would be from here up to the top. I mean, that's kind of the main trade. So it's a 67% move. It's a big trade. That's not a small move. You'd have to be willing to hold this probably until mid-June. I'm guessing FOMC or thereabouts. Yeah, and I think just to be safe, on the safe side, you could just play it to 97, because this one might be kind of long-winded by comparison. These first two moves might feel really fast, and then never really boring after the 11th, or into the 11th, have like a really boring move. To be like really accelerated or something, and then just chop real slow for a while. Yeah. So, and then have a kind of a slow break of the next move. These are estimations. They're not, nothing's happened yet. I'm just looking at the overall structure. It reads to me like that normal thing you'd see with an M cross, and then you'd make a decision here as to whether you go high or not. And if it hits here and rejects, it doesn't mean it's over. It could mean it's over, but you still have to wait and see what happens, you know. At this point, a shallower backup makes more sense, but I think it would end up like if it's going to continue to run. But my guess is that at this point you would have hit this moving average, and then you're going to back up and then probably find some support, maybe way down here, 81, and then from that point, I think you try again, and then we'll see. Like this is where you would have either a distribution where it comes back up. So, yeah. So the lower it stays on this first push, the better. This guy. I know I'm talking like this is definitely going to happen. I don't know that this is definitely going to happen. You have to see this first move return and then find support above 75 cents. So conservatively, like you could play from here, but I think most of the time you'd probably want to play from the first break because I don't think it's just going to go straight up. And if it did go straight up, then you could be in for like a bigger pullback, deck down to 76 cents anyways. So if it just went all the way up to the gap, come right back down. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. So if it's not at bottom, I think we could probably come down to like 60 cents, and I wouldn't be surprised if it came a little bit lower, like 55, 56. But it does look like it's pretty much done. So it looks like it's exhausted. I'm going to go to a smaller time frame on SBFM. All right, so this one doesn't have any real strong divergence, but it does have pretty massive upthrust on the RSI. It's probably just a break of this creek here that's causing like a bunch of buyers to step in right there. This trend on this wedge. Wedge breakout, hard to say. There's not very many touch points on it. It'd be like early on, like one or two, and then maybe this move. So that matches our original target. So that's a good sign. So it's set up mathematically to give you a really simple target, and it does match, which is this first top here at 83 cents. So they've brought it down enough to kind of 50-50 swing out of this to get back to 83 cents. So that hits a target, moves away from it X amount, then moves past through the target. You've got now a technical breakout that gets you back to that support. So it's a very driven move. I'm not seeing any kind of divergence here. RSI it's kind of flat here on this double bottom. That's like a weak divergence. Nothing really crazy. Same here, it's kind of flat. Still lower, so not much to say there. We'll look at volatility really quick. Apply volatility here. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of flattened out back to like a historic place where it's just kind of come back to every time, which is around this 45 mark. So it is a big wedge, as you can see. So maybe that indicates a larger winding here. I didn't really look at that. I was kind of looking short term, but you can see there's like a wind up with that. So volatility breakout might have this spike pretty far, You can see how that break might be significant. I don't know if you can do this with fibs, but I'm going to do it anyways. Maybe 132. That's pretty high. interesting. Okay, so am I just missing like an obvious wedge here? Because I'm not seeing, I mean, I'm seeing the wind up, I'm seeing the smaller, I'm just not really seeing it as a wedge. So I'm kind of, I guess you're just looking at this outer mark here, but I don't feel like it's out of the wedge yet. I don't know. Like it would be here, it looked like a breakout. If you were using like this point and maybe this outermost point, it would look like it exited here and then found support. But the higher creek is way up here, so I'm not really sure. It's way out here, I mean. I don't really feel like it's gotten the wedge breakout yet on the price action. All right, well, regardless, I've walked through this one, and I actually think it's a really good play. I think there's a possibility here of at least a decent short-term return. Long-term, you can look at this as like a retracement if you want. I don't really know how else to do it, except you would go from like top to bottom, and then because a wedge is typically like a 61% retracement, which is $4, which is super high. I mean, it's a hard thing to kind of think like, well, I don't know if this can go up to 4, but it looks like it's set up to head back to this support level that was lost way a long time ago. Potentially, I still think you're going to look at this like anything else. Like this has to be a range, and then you'd have to see it kind of make sure that it doesn't break the creeks. At this point, I think you're probably going to see this would be like your bigger move if it were to run. And I do think it'd be later, probably in the summer. I'm inclined to think that. I don't know if it's possible if it just races up, all of this stuff compresses. But sure. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. You know. It's a little ways off. And this is still in a massive, this looks like a lot of time, but if you go zoom out, this is like a really, really steep drop. So like in the history of this chart, that might look like it takes a lot of time, but if you go back and you zoom out, you'll see why that's not really the case. It looks like a lot, but it's really just like a massive like hook kind of action here. And yeah, so I don't see it as, I mean, it looks kind of extreme, but it's not at the same time, you know, like, well, look at the big drop here and the reaction. It kind of makes sense. So if it took all summer, it takes all summer. I think we're pretty close here. It's an intersection in July, maybe around that earnings, that back up at 4. That's kind of crazy to me, but I don't know. That's a really far move. But then again, I mean, AMC made a 400% move in like a couple days, so given all that, I don't think this is that unreasonable. Seems possible. Big maybe. Makes you want to just dump all your life savings in it, but you know, these kinds of things are really, really touchy, so just be careful. There's not much to prevent just another fallout here. I'm sure that back here when this was falling down, people were looking at the same things, and they got to this point where it pushed up, just like over here. Maybe it's at $1, right? And then it pushes back down, and that's where you could run into distribution. And that's where I think the danger is not so much this first play. The first play up to 113 is probably just the first play. I mean, you don't need to hold through all that. when it comes back down. Once that retracement happens, like if this goes too high, that's where I'd be really concerned. If it pushes up beyond, you have a danger of SOS with backup or distribution, right? Where you could see it come back up and then drop again. And I think that's where you're running into a completely different scenario where this just has continuation and essentially does the exact same thing you see here. You get this like push up and then it tries again and fails. So once it pushes up, you're gonna have to watch that retracement really carefully. Because I think at that point, if it fails, it's probably just gonna go make new lows, you know. It's not gonna go up that far. So hopefully that gives you an idea. I think it's a good play. I might play it just to play it. As it looks like the setup right now is pretty solid up to 113 perhaps. It may not get quite that high. It may only go up to about $1, but if it stops early, it would be like right here. So, but at least here to $1 is pretty good. It's a good move. You'd probably have to weather through some stuff over the next couple of weeks. But I think going into FOMC, you're looking at potentially like a 50% run up, which seems ridiculous, but it is ready to go. So, yeah, so AMC is really struggling to find support here at 430. It's kind of meeting that target again, though, and it's hopefully going to do it on a little bit more strength. I'm not seeing a lot of sellers knocking this down. The volume dried out as we're kind of coiling up. So good and bad, you know, whenever we see this kind of stuff on AMC, I'm always thinking about how it could be like an S-curve, you know, and if the sellers drop it again, I think it's in a bad spot. But this is also right where you want to see buyers step back in. And you got to remember, like, big picture, we still have like a big divergence here to here. And I'm being like kind of low key about it, but I think that on the main kind of gist that I'm feeling with this is that we're playing out a lot of the same stuff that we're seeing on the macro. So we're seeing a lot of these shallow S-curve kind of setups lately because I think the macro's played out one. And so you're starting to see them play out here and there. If it's not a shallow S-curve, it's going to just dump. Like you would see it drop to like the 3. So you guys are like, what? You entered this? Yeah, I did. I still entered it. It would probably go to like 375 because that's like the midpoint. But I don't think it's going to do that. I have a feeling it's not the way it's trading right now because of this. I really don't feel like it's set up for that drop right now. Stop losses are your friend, you know. Starts breaking down here and drops the new lows, I'm done. I'm not going to test my luck. So we'll go back to the FFIE. FFIE! It's on the daily. Yeah. Yep. So this is where I was saying, like, this is where distribution would happen. So I said if it came up and it failed to advance here, it would probably distribute, and that's what happened. I'm trying to be a jerk about it and make myself sound like I'm all-knowing or something stupid like that. I'm just repeating what I said because, like, you have to watch those things. Like, it's a cat ear. I said, you know, if it sets up like this and it pumps and then it drops, you basically have a cat ear. So from here, it changes the dynamic quite a bit because you no longer have this advancement as you see it. It's not impossible that it comes back up. It's just that this is now a longer setup, if that makes sense. So from here, what I'm going to do is look at where did the creek kind of hold. Thus far, it's like right here. So thankfully, I didn't enter that play. I said I wasn't going to enter it unless it came above here and found support, and it did not. So save myself some heartache. If you're stuck in it or whatever, just be patient. But I do think it's probably wise at this point to start looking at the big picture and see if there's another setup that you can use. So I think this one's kind of busted, but I'm gonna keep the I'm gonna keep that on the chart. I'm gonna put the higher one up here now, and then I'm not gonna use this. I'm not gonna use this for now. So at this point, this now becomes, because this is a larger cat ear, 1, 2, like paw, ear, and it didn't advance, it didn't take an early path. Now it's like a double, well, now it's just a setup where you have like a typical wave. So failure to advance, drop, and then you're gonna see if it can come back above here, and then above here. This is really the one that will matter more now. So when I played this earlier, I really wasn't looking for anything long term because this is such an early reactive move. You don't really know if the bottom's in yet. You don't know if you're just playing like a local, very, very local creek. So the earliest play this morning when we entered and exited for like 10% was just this breakout. Like that's it. I wasn't looking way, way ahead. And then after it broke out and I exited near the top, I said, I'm just going to wait and see what happens. So what happened is it failed to advance twice here. And that would be considered like distributive. And I mentioned it could come up pretty high. Doesn't have to, but ultimately if it's going to advance, it needs to come above 61 and hold. It didn't do that. So 61.90, that's cents, right? So 0.6190. This is a good place to trade if you want to trade for swings, is like in a stock like this. It's got high volatility, high amount of moves. You got to be really careful with stop losses and stuff. You do not want to be holding the bag during like a breakdown on this because it's rough, right? And this is a big drop. So yeah, so at this point we can go back and look at the retracement on the bigger picture and see where maybe there might be some supports in the near future. Do I see support in your future? It looks like 50 cents. I mean, so that's about where the 618 is. We're sitting on the 0.5 right now, which is 0.54. We've already broken through it. So if you found support on it, you could see it maybe push up again. Perhaps through this like main creek body, and then you could maybe see it jump over, but it's probably going to have some hangups on this center liquidity mark, which is 5.9. So my guess is that 5.9 is going to be a bit of a difficult one, and then yeah, and then you'd have to go from there. So I think this one would be critical later on if it's going to move out. Otherwise, you're really just looking at retracements. I don't know why I deleted it. I guess I just thought my chart was getting messy. You're looking at a possible 50 cent mark because that's where the it's 50. It's roughly right around here. 0.5040. 50 cent. That's the 6. So yeah, I'm looking backwards now, and I'm kind of like, this came really high, didn't it? This morning. So it pushed a creek here. It pushed up above resistance, and then it kind of failed to. Yeah, in this too, it's the same deal. So we might be in a situation where you need like an inverted head and shoulder, but frankly, this looks a little more distributive than nothing else. It's not necessarily long-term distributive. We'll see. It's just locally, this looks like it went too high. So we're just looking for support now. So how do we get back up, Booksy? How do we get back up to high highs here? Like I think the next swing it would probably be pretty obvious. we're going to wait for the indicators to kind of cool. We've still got divergences, although it's not really as significant now because this is not, I mean, it's still uptrending. I mean, it's not really divergent anymore. So there's no reason to look at that and say it's the same thing. You're watching to see if there's a hook. If there's a hook action here, you're going to see continuation down. This is like an LSPY. So if you can't breach at this time back to the upside, specifically this white line, I think is probably what we're going to want to look at mostly. But it could go all the way up to the green here and still technically break down. So you want to avoid an LSPY here, which is where you have a last point of supply this way. So in order to do that, you just basically you would watch the support at 54.96, so 0.549. It's about 55 cents. So that's where you'd be watching for support or rejection, because it could come up here and still reject, and then as soon as it does that, if it comes back below here, you're going to see it slide again, you know. And it could happen sooner. You could see that slide like now, you know, it could be here or it could be later. So 55 cents is going to be really critical for this. And then if you hit either of those and you reject, it kind of looks like we're doing it right now, but if you hit either of those and you reject, I think you're going to head down to 50 cents. That's probably the best place at this point to look for re-entry. Yeah, a possible re-entry point. So anyways, hang on just a second. I got to unlock. Unlock the old door. So let's see what's going on with this AMC trade here. I feel like it's trying to find its footing, but it's not being very successful. It just kind of chop, chop, chop. So options contracts are whipping around. The ones I got were a $4 strike. They're whipping around 50 cents right now. I got it for 48 cents, so I'm not like complaining. I mean, it's fine to be finding consolidation higher than where you are. That's always a nice feeling because you don't feel like you're dancing around a loss. But I'm still concerned. I still want to see it make the move. So we had a really deep 786 retracement on this first move. I'm still thinking that the second move might end up being like that 1618 that we've been kind of using, which takes you back up to 447. That's really the one I want. That's my exit area, frankly. This stuff down here was the head and shoulder target. So the head and shoulder target was met. And when it was met, it met a lot of other things as well. So like when it hit the 430 mark, this is a historically, it looks like we're just dumping right now on that FFIE. I'm sorry guys, if you're in that, I really am. I'm hopeful that if you were listening, you probably heard what I said about the cat ear, but I don't know. Sometimes you say things and maybe I didn't communicate it well enough. But ultimately, I can't trade for you, so I can't really tell you what else, you know. Sorry, I need to check something real quick. Yeah, so NU's been having some difficulty around 12. I wanted to see where MPW is. It's still at 5. And then this is a completely different play, Cube. I'm watching this one closely though, as I think it might be getting to a place where it's about to turn back up. I don't know, kind of tough. All right, forget it. Yeah, so this is a place that we've historically sold off from, and you can see like it establishes itself as kind of a support because and it's like 430, 431, 432 area, because this is where we essentially like built up a huge amount of trading volume previously. And this is the place where we've lost, and we've sold through, which is another part of the reason why I think that this is in a really good place to potentially turn. RSI is one thing, MACD is another. MACD here looks like it might be not divergent, but nearly. We're back down to the same levels, much higher. RSI does not look divergent here, but on higher time frames, like we're in and over. This is kind of where we would want us to, it's like that's where we were estimating if it came down, you'd probably come down to that level. So there's a lot of things that are like completing right now down to 432, and that's why I think we're going to see a reactive move. If it does distribute, you need to hear me out, because it doesn't mean it's not distributing. If it does distribute, it just means that what that means is that basically like we've tested the level and we're going to go back up for more supply. And that likely happens somewhere between 455 and 475. And I think at highest you can get up to 490 maybe. But that would be a place where you would expect a possible cat ear kind of deal where you're basically creating a hook. There's a very small chance, right, as you know, that if you came up to like the 490s or something, that you could then re-advance. That would be like a change of character where there's a distributive action such as like a redistribution here, but it doesn't have any follow through, and then it turns back around. That to me would be a change of character. I would not call it, an accumulation. I just, no, like to me, that's probably a change of character. And frankly, like at that point, yeah, like this would then act more like a spring action. It would probably do that, but I'm not really looking for that right now. I'm really just looking for, and who knows, with all these other stocks we're looking at, some of them have setups that look like they're going to run into FOMC. Others look like they're going to nosedive. But I'd be looking for, there's a MACD potential moving average cross here on the MACD. So you got these crossing over. You got RSI pushing up. I mean, a lot of this looks very positive to me. So I can't read the minds of institutions, and I can't pretend to know that this is going to do this or that. I think it's very likely, though, that this comes back up to 450s. And that's why, and it's not just because of Max Payne. Obviously, that's one indication that you could use. But I really think it's the fact that we're dipping low beneath 430 and we're not getting a strong seller reaction. And we're basically on our indicators, we're all kind of coiled up, ready to go back to the upside for some relief. IWM's already kind of gotten that first step. And it may be that what we see here, again, I can't read the minds of institutional traders, but it may be that we don't get this move in the time we want it. But it could be like, for example, today we chop, tomorrow it pops. 207 was the mark on IWM for Max Payne. I don't think it has to get there, but that would be a breakout. And it could be that breakout is sort of what coincides with AMC's push up to here, for example. Do I think it's likely that this continues to push, all day Friday? No. But I think you could possibly get back up to 470. If you don't get too hung up here around 4.5 and there's another push up, I think we hit like 470s. I do. And then I think we'll come back down end of day, sell back down. That's my thought right now. So yeah, maybe by end of day Friday, we sell off pretty hard and we head back to that 450 mark. Seems reasonable. And I'm really looking for this. Like, I think this would be a great trade. Potential to make good money. It's an 11% move on an options contract. Even a 5% move can be like 20%. So even just trading up to 4.5, I'm going to trade like half of them up there. And then after that, I want to see if the rest run. I'm pretty confident about it. And you know what? I don't know what it is, but I'm feeling like I need to say this right now. Like, and I know you guys aren't the people that I need to say it to, but I'm just going to say it. Like, I really think the haters just need to shut up. Like, I'm so tired of people like coming in and crapping on other people's work. I try to always be polite and respectful, but there's there's always like these people that just like can't, like they have to tear other people down, and they don't even necessarily know why they're doing it. And sometimes it's like a personal attack, and sometimes they're attacking the TA. But we see this in like Discord groups and all kinds of stuff. Like, you people that do that are just not good. Like, I would much rather hang out. I'm dead serious, guys. I've said this before. I'd much rather hang out with a bunch of criminals who like are humble and like have, made efforts to like better themselves, and who speak highly of others, and like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd much rather hang out with people like that than a bunch of scoffers and people who think that they're better than everybody else. I don't know why I needed to say that. Just needed to say it. I think it's just a burning thought in my head. And I'm just thinking about, like, there's people in our Discord group who, they're good people. I don't think they're bad people, but there's people in that group who, like, all they do is scoff, and I just don't get it. And we've tried to make it a really safe environment for that kind of stuff. Like, we don't want that. So I'm pretty quick to like boot people now that I have control of that. And not boot people for being bearish or being bullish, but boot people who are just kind of douche canoes, But anywho, when you like do this kind of stuff, you're gonna get slammed, Anytime you're interacting with other people, it's going to happen. But it's just like a matter of, I don't know what it is. I just felt like a burning desire to just say it again. And like the people that were kind of like, they just kind of always throw water on the fire, like when you've got interesting things to say, or you're trying to like learn something, or like, geez Louise, I've never been the kind of person in my whole life, and I'm not that old, but I've never been the kind of person to be like, oh, you should just cut people out of your life kind of thing. There is one particular kind of person that I'm more than willing to cut out of my life. And it's people that like basically don't allow you to grow. Like people that are so stuck in their ways and stuck in their judgments that they will not allow you to be anything but what they perceive you to be. And if they perceive you to be wrong, then they just don't shut up about it. And I'm like, why? Why? Like, what a horrible way to live your life, to be like somebody else's villain, And I know that stuff happens, and sometimes you don't mean to hurt people, and you hurt people, and then you have to make amends. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like willfully like working against somebody, like willfully like making it a point to attack someone else or attack their work. That is just, to me, like it's like a villainous behavior, It's not somebody who's like, oh, I made a mistake and now I have to pay the price, and that's different. Like, that's consequence, That's like natural, there's natural consequence, when you do something wrong or you're like messed up or whatever. That's not like, that to me is not villainous. I don't know. Like, that to me is somebody who maybe made a big mistake, and sometimes a big mistake, but like villainous behavior, like setting yourself against other humans and just continuing to do that. And we see that kind of stuff in these chats, and we see it in like groups. I don't know. It just drives me crazy. Hi, Ghost Cat. Hey, buddy. I would let Ghost Cat in my house, but he's not neutered, so he pees everywhere. He's always marking. I don't know why they're here. It's raining. I guess that's why they're here. They're all hanging out on my porch, but it's not food time. Why'd you go off on a rant like that, Booksy? I don't know. I guess I was thinking in the back of my head, like one of those voices came up that recently that was like disparaging, and then I was thinking about our group. I don't think there's anything that this person did anything inherently wrong. They've just been like kind of laughing and making it be like, and if you're in our group and you know what I'm talking about, that's fine. I'm not going to call them out. That's not what I'm here to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I get complaints about people sometimes when they're doing that. And I think it's legitimate. Like you can't, if you just make a point to just going around like disparaging other people's work all the time, it's okay to critique it, but that's not the same as like acting like a, I don't know. I don't know what the word is. I guess a tool. I don't know, like acting like a tool all the time, like where you're just constantly like nothing anyone does is good enough and yada yada yada. Yeah. Y'all are like, what the heck are you talking about? Time to take a lunch break. That's what that means. Sorry. I'm in my 70s. I don't consider all I'm young. I eat humble pie too. I too am incredibly humble. That's like the best line in Guardians of the Galaxy. It's so funny. Not going to pass 10 anytime soon, says Lena. I like that name, by the way, Lena. I don't know if that's your real name, but it's a cool name. You don't have to tell me if it's your real name. I don't care. I just like the name. Is it going to go past 10 anytime soon? Well, the answer that I'm going to give you is probably not. I think that the farther down they've dragged it, the longer they've dragged it sideways. If you got a big reaction here, I want to say like 750s is probably going to be the high because of how long it's taken. Early on, if the move had reacted strongly within the first, even in like that week and a half, 1070 was definitely on the docket, and I think $9 right around there as well, because there's a trajectory path, and then there's these parallels, and typically like you'll hit those parallels and those trajectory paths, and you'll hit them in pretty good sync with one another, and then as time goes on, if you're following those parallels, you kind of lose the trajectory path, and then the parallels are going down. So like the creek goes lower, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And so it's like watching EMAs when you're moving along. As you're moving along, they're coming down with you. So as you go up to retest them, now you're retesting them at like lower spots than had you moved up earlier, you would have retested them higher. That's the concept there that I'm trying to get across. So right now, I don't foresee us in a horrible situation if we did pop, because you could go back to like 7. It'd have to be a change of character here locally. You'd have to have a pretty major reversal. And it looks like a distributive top right now, but I think it's a bunch of hoopla. If we are going to drive the price low, you could try to do it now, but I still think we're working off of a pretty strong local divergence. I don't see it being very successful just yet. It looks like a cat ear double top, which makes me nervous because I'm looking at it like, well, you have to obey your own rules, Booksy, if it's a cat ear double top. But I think it's meant to be sort of a scare tactic. There's no volume here, and I'm waiting for that moment. It's going to be really like violent, isn't it? So whether it drops or rocks, it's going to end up being like a ridiculously sharp move, because it's probably going to just suddenly just go at rapid speed. Hey, buddy. Hey. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, pumpers are tough, and I don't like the ones that they disappear and then they all come back when the stock does well for a day. Maybe I'm a little jealous of that. I don't know. Like, it's really none of my business. You know, if they come back and they want to talk about stuff, that's fine. I feel like and I'm not talking about me, but there's been other people that have been consistently tracking and doing stuff and work with these stocks, and especially GME has had a really strong following for a long time. And those people are, I think, the ones to be respected because they've put in the time and the work and the effort, and they really, I think they deserve that attention. Again, especially with GME, because that community has some really, really hardcore people that do incredible due diligence. So I don't feel that I would be in that group because I've done a lot of work on AMC charting, but like I don't go around trying to develop crazy theories for other parts of the market. And I think that's where the work has been done on GME that's really, really great. So anyways, but yeah, it's not my place to tell people not to stream or talk about the stock. I'm glad that some folks came back. I don't like the pumpers so much, the people that just say it's going to go up and go up and go up. The same kind of, whether they're right or not, it doesn't really matter, you know. They fed the same kind of stuff to retail, the pumpers did, and you can't just, it's okay to say like, I think this is a good technical setup and I think that this is a good whatever setup, but you can't do what you did last time. Like, we can't make the same mistakes all over again, you know? So it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, why come back and say it's only going to go up? Like, there's no way it could go down. It's like, well, that's exactly how people got in trouble the first time, is they were coming in after a big run up saying that it's only going to go up, you know? I agree, Dove, I agree that there's places in the next year to 2 years that we should see substantial upside. I don't necessarily think that it's right this second that we just see it kind of rocket to like $20. Do I have that as a possibility? Sure, because we've talked about the early target being about 14, and then you have some higher targets around 16 to 20, 20 being near where the creek is, the macro creek. We could do that test now. We could do it way later. Alexa, turn on the light.
Okay.
All right, I just posted a link. If you want to join, you just have to read the instructions and agree to the terms. Hang on just a second. Sorry about that. Well, I don't want to say sorry, but my son just got home. It was the last day at school, so just talking to him about it. I'm a little scared now with these last 2 days of price action. I have calls for January and they're down 40%, January 2025. So I think that what's probably going to happen Should have worked. That link. If it doesn't work, let me know. I'll try it again. I think what's going to happen is that you are going to see those options contracts get kind of squished. They may stay like slightly elevated from where they were on the very bottom, because a lot of times when we get these big moves and volatility gets hiked and it never really resets. But unless you bought like at the very, very bottom, some of those options are going to be kind of reddish. So this is looking like it's trying to distribute. I'm going to watch it carefully. I'm going to see what they can do here. They tried to advance past the little local creek and they failed. So just like we just saw this kind of similar price action on FFIE. If you can't advance here on the cat ear, sometimes you have to go back down. You either get a spring or you end up capitulating. So anywho. Yeah, so I think what you're going to see is that those calls get kind of squashed, but I can't tell you what to do. I personally don't want to hold on to something that's below like 30 to 50% loss. So if I get in that range, I typically am like deciding if I'm going to roll it or if I'm going to average down or if I'm just going to cut the loss. Because at that point, especially about 50%, you very rarely will recover unless it's a leap. If it's a leap, as soon as that, you could have a secondary run in October or November and those calls could come right back to life. But you're going to be sitting in the red for a long time. That money is going to be doing nothing, and you could end up sitting through the whole summer sweating it out, and that might not be what you want to do. Like, I typically don't want to do it. So I knew that there was a possibility that we came back up even after this drop, but with the price target at 445 and 430, like, I cut the calls that I had. And I took the L. It wasn't a huge loss. If I had gotten out on this spike back here, I probably would have only lost like 10% or something on those contracts. When I broke down here, I just got out. And it was a 20 to 30% loss, I want to say. It wasn't like a tiny little bit of money. I mean, it's still a chunk of money. But you take that L because you don't want to just sit there and wait. Do I think that you might get a reaction back up here? Yeah. I'm trading it, right? I'm telling you guys what I'm doing. So am I confident that this is going to go back up? Fairly confident. I'm confident enough to enter a new trade. But is it possible that it doesn't? Sure. If it gets pinned here beneath 450, we may not see that. And then you're going to stuck wondering like, well, what the heck, dude? You said it was going to go up. I was hoping to get out. I couldn't get out. There's somebody in our group as well who was like angry because they got $5 calls, and I couldn't figure out why. From my point of view, I was like, I don't know why you would do that. And the only place I could have thought was like back here, but then why didn't you exit when you went above 5? Were you just thinking that it was just going to continue? Because it definitely didn't hold support. So like as soon as it broke down, you should have been like, I'm done. And there was nothing about this particular day on Wednesday, and I'm criticizing someone else's decisions, but I'm really just analyzing it because I want to learn. I want to do better too, and I don't want to make mistakes. And so I don't understand that. Like, as soon as you break down, you need to be like, I'm done, right? Otherwise, you're going to be waiting for this, which frankly could just be a hook action, and more than likely, by the time it gets back to the same exact level that it dropped from at like 477, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. That's what I'm thinking. By the time it gets back there, that option is probably not going to be worth as much. So you're going to end up getting out at a less price anyways. Leaps are different. So if you're in leaps, I'm not talking about short-term calls. I'm not talking about selling calls or anything like that. Those things can be really short-term. Plays, swing trading. I'm talking about like just in general, like a leap is one of the contracts that you're thinking long term. And so if this looks like a long-term potential breakdown here, that if you don't get out and it doesn't reverse, that you could be sitting in red for a really long time. So I'm not trying to criticize your decisions or anything like that. Yeah, but at that point, it's kind of like you're buying a plane ticket, you know, and you're about to get on that plane, and once you're on it, you're not getting off. I'm speaking from experience as well because there have been times where I've entered into a contract too early or just a little too late. And if you just kind of have to sit through it, you're going to sit through a lot of red days. It might work out, it might not. But at the end of it, you're kind of like, well, I just kind of wasted time. You know, that's how I always feel about it. And it is opportunity cost. I don't care what anyone says. It is. So you've got that money tied up somewhere. So I said I wasn't trying to disparage any choices, and I hope you don't hear that. But what I would say is if you feel like you're red and it's still within like a 30%, you have the chance that this is going to come back up. There's even a small chance that it recovers here. And if that happens, you're going to be kicking yourself if you got out when it's super red. But I can't make that decision for you. So you have to then make the decision, am I willing to like hold and see if I can get a better rate, you know, a better exit? And if I'm willing to do that, how long am I willing to wait? So on and so forth. And if it goes below X price, I'm done, you know. It doesn't matter, and I don't regret it. I just move forward and don't worry about it. Taking a loss is one of the hardest things to do as a trader, but it's super necessary in order to maintain liquidity, in order to not get deep losses. It's better to take a small loss, even if you regret it a couple days later. It's still better. I think I would agree with you if you take a loss and then it runs and you're like, well, crap, I took a loss. Well, you made a choice. And ultimately, what choice you made was the right choice. You're protecting your investment. Anytime you protect your investment, you're making the right choice. Anytime you're protecting returns or losses, you know, from getting to, you're making the right choice. It doesn't matter if 2 days later it looks like you could have got a better exit, or, I mean, you still made the right choice because you're still choosing to protect that income, protect your finances. I could never see that as the wrong choice. So that being said, I can't tell you what to do. But I could tell you that waiting for a return back up high, it may happen. I'm betting on that it's going to happen, but I don't think that it has to happen. So I'm always keeping it in the back of my mind, like, well, what would it look like if it didn't happen? And then what would I decide to do? And if I'm going to sit here and watch it all day, then I can do that. But if I'm not going to sit here and watch it all day, I'm probably going to just set some stop losses and then move about my time and not worry about it. You know? So right now, one of the big things that I'm concerned about is this possible distributive action, because you do have an M cross potentially here, and this could then nosedive. And at that point, if it does that, like, where would you go? It could be a fairly deep slide. You know, if this can't find support, there's nothing really preventing it from kind of tracking back to this really low creek. That's one possibility. Another one would be probably here. This is not quite as low. Maybe the next one up. Either of these would be possible targets, and then I'd have to look at that as a retracement to see if it could get down there. This already was a 786, so for me it's like, well, it's already pretty low, you know, as a retracement goes. So I wouldn't have a lot of confidence if we can't advance right now. You can still look at it as a possible move up with a reaccumulation, so you can see it's making higher lows. That's a positive and negative depending on how you view the range, because it could be like a bearish flag, right? That's going to continue down. The negative being that, well, it's not that far if it does drop. If it's like an S curve, maybe it comes down to like here, back to the bottom again at 220, 424. So yeah, I mean, there's certainly that chance we get a double bottom here. That push up and then the return back. I don't know what to tell y'all, except the only thing that really is required is that you find the support that you need here. And I think that I've got it on the 431, but I actually think that's probably more of like a liquid center. And I think the support kind of right here, kind of right where it's at now at 430. Very little difference, but so we're like consolidating up to and around 431 because that's like the previous, I think that's like a previous like liquid center. But then I think that you're going to have to find support. And so there's not that many places here. Looking backwards, I'm trying to see if it was checked. That was checked already. Was this one checked? This one wasn't really checked. This is a 430 level, 429, and 428. Big whoop. They're all 1 penny apart. This actually wasn't checked, so this is one that is a potential. This 429. So it's tested a lot of these previous supports already. One that's really low that wasn't tested is this guy. So that's kind of one that I would say is in danger. I don't do this very often because it clutters the chart, but I talked to Stockfather about this a while back, and he said that basically when operators leave a range, unless they're intending to come back later in the future, or it's like a breakaway, for example, like you're just leaving, like a markup, you almost always, as you're exploring the range, you almost always recheck every level that you came down. So like all these supply levels or support levels are being retested now. And they do the same thing in reverse. Like if you were to draw all of the sort of supply levels from way back in 2016 and you drew them all the way to 2020, you probably see that all of those levels were checked as we coursed through that long period of downside for like 3 months. So man, this rain is like relentless today. Right, so kind of watching this like it's a penny stock today. It looks like we're just seeing a coiling. So again, I'm pretty confident we're going to see a move out of this coil very soon. I'm thinking up. There it goes. Okay, that was like perfectly timed. Watch really carefully though to see what happens after the move. So goofy. We're coiling. I think we're gonna move pretty hard, and then 1 second later, coil pops the way you want it to. That's a nice feeling. It's a little silly, isn't it? Yeah, everything should be moving now. There we go. GME is going to probably head back to that 2340 level first, and then we'll see if it can get up to 2420. We've got to watch out for the head fakes here. So volume is one thing, follow through is another. Breakouts are one thing, follow through is another. So be really, really mindful of follow through here. I know it's a little bit of a mess still, but I think we really want to get above this particular creek here. This is that trend, rather. It's not a creek. It's like a parallel. I don't know why I call it a creek. It's just a price parallel that we've been gravitating on. And a lot of times, anytime you do that kind of stuff, once you see it react off of it. So if you're looking for a confirmation for this, I would say it's here. That to me would be a confirmation, like pushing up above the previous top, maybe like 437, 438, and then coming back down to 435, and then buying back through. I think that would be really strong. Anything less is going to look more distributive to me. So there it is. There's a push up. I want to see it come back and check this level. I don't think it has to necessarily go that low, but because this is more of a, I said a parallel, it's not really like a creek. But I'd like to see it check. It may not. I mean, give it to me. Yeah, it's looking good. I'm still concerned about head fakes or redistribution efforts. So I like that this cat ear didn't break down. This historically looks pretty strong for us. If we can find support here, I think we're going to be okay. If we cannot find support here, you're looking at a backup, and then you're going to have to watch it. It can't come back down through 430. I do not think it would survive that because at this point, it's out of the major downward creeks. Does that make sense? Like it's already jumped it. And I don't think it would ever come back through 430. So unless it was breaking down. It's not impossible if it went way up here and then went sideways. I guess it's not impossible. It could come lower. There was one level that didn't really get checked, and it was this 429. So it's not out of the question. I just think it probably got close enough here. Stayed above 430 and pushed. I don't see any reason why you'd come back down to 429 right this second unless you're distributing. So we need to find some support right along 434. This is like a worst case kind of scenario if it did come low, but I really would rather see it just kind of move. Find that support like I was saying and then just advance. We should see it gravitate up pretty fast to 445 if this happens. I don't know where else we would stop. Maybe 440. But I think we'd come right back up to this cliff that we dropped off of this morning. I think that's more likely. So check out GME. Yeah, I looked at it a minute ago. Right, so here what you're looking at, we could look at trajectories if you want, but really just looking at this guy. So in a waveform, if it breaks back to the upside, you can look at the previous uptrend and you can see like that's kind of the target. So if we were mapping this as a wave, you would look at this as like this was the wave up, right? This is the way it's going, and then it went down and now it's coming back up. So it would be like this. Does that make sense? So we're going to watch carefully and see how it reacts to 2285. It just so happens that it's near the top of the gap. It was measured out that way probably. There's other things we could do with like fibs to see if we can find it. This looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we might get in a corrective wave. I could be wrong about that. I'm not a big Elliott wave guy, so the gap is up here around 2340 still. So we closed at 2373. Yeah, 2373 actually is pretty high. So it closed high and then it dropped. So that candle is not quite accurate the way I'm looking at it because it's a so yeah, so I'm watching there's not much to say about it right now. It's sort of like a parabolic hook-like move. So I'm just going to watch and see if it can get up to 2372 in one move. And if it doesn't, then I would expect it to kind of come sideways and then move back up. So far, this has been tracking pretty well with our expectations, although it didn't quite fill the lower gap. That's something to consider later on. That could play into a potential drop here at a later time. This doesn't have to go all the way down. This could be like a quick drop and reversal. But I'd be curious to see if this forms out as a big range that then has like a spring later or like a lower move later. And it goes down to like get that gap fill. So it could be really low, like way down, or it could be just the gap fill. That'd be an interesting way to go about it too, because I could see this as like a micro, like a reaccumulation, and then it uses this gap fill to be like a spring action. That's an interesting take as well. So AMC came back. It actually did a pretty deep retrace there. So it came back to the little tiny creek level. There's not much to say about this. It just sort of jumped over it, came back to it, hit it. Volume's not really there, so we're still waiting to see if we get a buy-in. Volume's okay, it's just lighter than I'd like. So I get the feeling we may not be done with this chop here. This is an SOS or a distribution at this point. So, because it's breached the top. So it went over the high. So that call was good. I'm not really seeing anything to indicate that this is distribution at this time. I still think on the bigger picture it looks really healthy. If it is distribution and you see this pull back and go below the recent creek, I think maybe 429, that's where my cutoff would be. So it's struggling to kind of hold, but that's to be expected on the 1 minute. It's interesting because IWM is kind of like taking a break. And this is kind of what we expected to see here, push up, and then maybe take a break, come back down. I was talking about maybe re-entry here. I think we might see it push back up tomorrow to 207. This is like a halfway point. On the 1 hour, you're getting a decent cross here, but we'll see. All right, AMC's back up to 435, so we're getting a little bit of action now. Some of you are going to note this kind of looks like a head and shoulder in reverse. That's pretty normal. I've mentioned it before, but that breakout level, it is kind of a head and shoulder target when you have these drops like this and there's a shallow curve. But this is only part of this is like one part of the shallow curve. This is like the small part of it. So when you're looking at here, you might say like, well, that's it, right? Because it just go from here to here, and then you'd shift it down, and you'd say, well, it's just going to go back up to 447, like you were saying. It just shouldn't go any farther. Well, that's the first move, right? But remember, there's a bigger move at play as well. I do think that's the first move. But the bigger play would be this initial drop in, potentially. So you have two iterations here. One is really small. It's basically just today. This downward push is kind of one iteration. The other one is probably this guy right here, this little cliff drop. Because this pushes and then there's a shallow curve, right? So this is the secondary move right here. So there's a whole nother target. If you go to beginning of the day on Wednesday, that drop down is a whole other target. So that one's different, right? So for that one, what you'd be looking at is you'd copy it and you'd put it on the bottom of this lump today. Man, it's hard to say. I guess it would be that move out if it goes up to 450. Yeah, I think you'd have to put it here. I think you put it in the same spot, basically. That's the one that's like the 470 level. So it goes back up potentially to like 470. So larger target. I don't think there's another one here with just the shallow S curves. So to me, that looks right though. Like that 474, 464 up to 470 level. Well, maybe you should measure it from the breakout, because then that's what I did over here. I measured it from the breakout and retest. So that would be like way over here, right? So it'd have to push up and then come back down and retest. Who cares? It's going to match. I don't know why I'm making a big deal of this. It's going to match. It always matches. I don't know. It just does. So what it tells me is that this move, the first measured break here, right, on the shallowed S-curve is like the drop-in, essentially. I used to call them falling diamonds. Same basic principle, though. So once you make the exit, you push out about the same amount. Usually it's a little lower. That's normal. This is a downward move. So it would indicate that the first target is 447. And then you would have some kind of a pullback period and end up going back to probably back down to this creek. So it might come way back down after it hits 447. It's important to note that it could come all the way back to like 435 or so, kind of where we are now. Assuming that it can continue here, and then it should make another push up. This could happen today, could be tomorrow, could be after hours. You should get a push up to 472. That would complete the double target. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident am I about this? I'm probably at like a 7. My big concern right now is any kind of lack of volume going into a Friday is going to cause some problems. So, like, you may not see the moves because there's not follow through near the end of the week. But I do think that this is very likely. Yeah, we may not get much above 464. It just depends. What happens if we break 472? Well, you've got a parallel trend here that you'd run with. So it's a simple enough thing. You've got a wedge coming down. If you break the wedge, it's going to be the original widening point. That's usually like the poor man's way to do it. So there is one more target, but it's not one that I think is guaranteed because it's not even like that high, but it's this guy. It would be from like this bottom to the top. Not measuring it like a 618, which you could do as well. It's usually about the same. So that would be like 490. I talked about that before. So 489 basically. That's kind of the gap level. So I talked about that before because if you were in the Discord group last night, I mentioned that if it breaks the wedge, it could come back up to 490, which is about where that gap was. So it's designed to get you back up. That particular distance that we traveled on Tuesday is equidistant from the current bottom to the gap fill. Mathematically, all that really tells me is that it's formed a potential breakout on a wedge that's essentially completing as a as a channel, right? You probably can't see any of that garbage because my chart's really messy, but I think you get the point. So if I took a channel line to the bottom here, it's just a generated channel. So it's like anytime there's a wedge, I always think about where's the potential channel. And so you would take the bottom trend and you'd just map it to the top. And then you'd say, well, where does it go? 489. And my guess is that the fib retracement is also going to be, like at the 618, is also going to be about 489. And it's at 490. So how does that work out? Well, it doesn't have to work out. That's the thing, is like technical setups are always mathematically there, and they're super super solid, and they don't work out. But the fact that it is there to me tells me that that's a really high potential target, high probability target. So the 618 right now, like I said, the distance that we traveled, I can repeat it if you want. The distance that we traveled on Tuesday during that run up is now equal to the bottom all the way back to the gap. So it makes a perfect channel. It also happens to be the 618 retrace value. And that gives you a sense of like, well, then we probably are in a good place to return back to 490. However, lower targets do exist, and those lower targets don't let you get to the gap fill, right? And it is possible, you have to keep in mind that it is possible that we don't hit this until like Friday, and you only get to the 475. It doesn't get to the gap fill, and it never breaks out of this downtrend. You know what I mean? So as time progresses, you have to kind of watch. So we're doing a really deep retracement. This looks more like a distribution to me, but AMC has had its share of, I don't know what it's doing right now. It's either really extreme backup or it's distributing, because that's really ugly. It did not hold support over this break here. Right. So what I was saying earlier is like my biggest concern right now is a lack of, and I know you guys are like, well, volume's, maybe average or whatever, but a lack of volume could be a really bad problem going into a Friday. Like, the idea of pinning this low and hitting targets later is a thing. The idea of teasing out targets and then coming in later, changing it all up, not impossible. So we just like measured all this stuff, and it looks super tight and super nice, but it's still like not confirmed. You're getting a big sell-off. So either there was a lot of stop losses triggered here, a lot of sell orders on the top. It's not really heavy volume, but you see on the 1 minute, it's kind of broken down. Just kind of failed to advance here. So I don't like that it went higher. Let me think about this for a second. I don't like that it went higher and now it's coming back. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that that is still the main creek. So even though it pushed higher and it's broken the first one, there's no doubt about that. It's kind of holding the second at 430. It's a throwback, so it went all the way from 430 up to 437 and came all the way back down to 430. We know that 429 was not checked, and I said maybe that could happen. It's happening really fast if it's happening right now. But I'm not feeling very good about that move. Yeah, I'll say this. If it breaks below 429, I'm thinking that the stopping power is not there. Buyers don't want to step in till lower. So probably if it breaks 429, I think 425 is on the table, and then potentially even lower than the bottom today. Because that would be perceived to me as a weakness. The fact that it's trying to advance and like failing, and then starts losing the trend. And much like everything else we've talked about, then you're kind of resetting. We may need to go low, change character, and come back. I hate that, but it needs to go. Like you can't just like do this kind of stuff where it pushes up and advances and then crashes back through. That's not good. That's what happened like over here with FFIE earlier. It tried to advance and just failed. So it has to go real low and start a new range essentially and change character. So those things are not unheard of. It happens all the time. So this ended up coming back down. It hit the mark that we thought it would hit. So I think this part less relevant now because it didn't come up first. So I'm looking at FFIE now. This did distribute back down to where we expected it to. There's a small kind of bottoming here, though I don't think it's really that great. I'm looking at FFIE real quick just to kind of check it out. It was on the radar today. I traded it earlier on a swing. Might trade a swing again if I see a good entry. So it hit where we wanted it to hit. It's working back out again on these creeks. This one's gone, I think. Yeah, I think this one might be gone too. Just tested it multiple times. It's riding now the EMA, the 90 EMA is riding right along where that downward trend is. So for FFIE, if you're still following this, basically there's a previous bottom right here at 56.67, something like that. That's where you'd want to see it push and gather support. And then I think you could have a run up back towards near the top. As waveforms go up, down, up, it might not make it that far. It may only make it to 59, but yeah, so maybe from 55 up to 59, that'd be a decent trade. That seems likely to me. I don't know, AMC is just kind of chopping right now. It needs to find its footing, and then if it can find its footing here, lunch hour is kind of over. If you can find its footing, I think we could see a decent move. I think we may see this on FFIE if it can get above 55. I'm not sure what would happen next. You kind of have to wait and see if it holds support. 60 cents, yeah, I've got that. That's the 59.28 level. It's basically like the intersection of, it's the liquidity center, so you're gonna have more than likely a lot of sellers right there at 60 cents. But much like we were talking about earlier, it's not a difficult trade, it's a simple trade, but it could be a very quick 12% trade. It has to do certain things, you know. There's still a possibility also that it comes back to retest 51 cents. So just because it's up right now doesn't really mean much. It could come all the way back down to like 51, and then frankly it could break out like way later today or even tomorrow. But I would expect there to be some kind of a move to 60 cents, and then we'll see. It may just depend on trading down here. If there's enough trading, they'll just stay here for the day. And if not, they'll just kind of move it up if they're done. Pull out to that candle of 390. Maybe. I think I know what you're talking about, but I think it goes way out here. I don't know. It might be different with extended hours on. The only candle I have goes up to 390 here, and then I would put it at this top at 124, and it's kind of far off. So I think maybe up to 90 cents. 80, 90 cents. Yeah. So short term, I'm just looking at this as like short term swings if it can manage to hold here. I'm going to read this right now as I kind of want to see it as I think what it is forming a larger M cross, sine wave cross. So you've got a 1, 2, 3. You could end up with a 4, 5, and that could be it. It could be as simple as a zigzag, and then you continue. You know, so much like what we were talking about before on AMC a minute ago, there's typically in like a triangle formation, you're going to have one of the targets is going to be the trend. And if this is a zigzag, it'll appear as a flag. So we would take this and just add it to probably the top, way up here. So you'd see it break above at 64 cents, and then it possibly continue here. So that's not happened yet. But I think there's a chance that this doesn't do that quite yet. I think there's a chance that you get a push up, the flag stays kind of low, and then you can come back down. I don't know if it's going to hit a new low here necessarily, but maybe come back down and double bottom, something like that. Retest this creek. There's just a lot of options. So it's a good entry point, but it's not necessarily like the lowest you could get in if this does turn back down first. If it doesn't turn back down, then I think you're just going to race right up to the top here, and then you're going to watch and see if it can break. So that would be different. You'd have it come up to the intersection. It probably would hold above 60, and then you get a little cross here and then go. That makes sense. And there's obviously any number of variations on this. Like this middle area, I'm drawing it kind of low, but it could be that this only comes down and finds support at 54 and then continues up. So you just kind of have to watch supports all the way back down to 50 cents. That seems likely. But any of these could act as support once you get up here. So longer term, like a more of a smart money kind of entry would be up above, kind of the same place I had it before. It's like up above here. I think if you got above here and you found support, it's really the same line. You'd end up potentially breaking out, and then you'd have a bigger move on hand, at least back towards near the top at 80 cents. So I think this is a bigger play here than where we are now, where you could still see a lot of chop. Again, good entry, but no real assurance, because in the event of a distribution, you could have a double top kind of effort here where it hits 60, it tries again, it fails, and you could end up pretty much bleeding all the way back down for a deep retracement. And fib retracements are not indicative of definite price action, but they do give you a sense of possibility. So if you look at this is the 618. The next fib retracement is really low. It's down here at 44 cents. So same deal. It's kind of like if this were to distribute and not make the advancement now up here by 60, I think you're going to end up possibly seeing it retreat, and then you probably end up having to do the same thing all over again at 42 cents, you know, where you have to build out a new range just like we did here. It's like a bigger version of the same thing like we did earlier today. You don't have to worry about 80 cents, but I think 80 cents is likely going to happen. But I think when you're looking at this in the grand scheme of things, there's reasons why I'm saying that. And I think if the volume changes or whatever, we don't really know that. We don't know that part. So I'm just saying, like, just like we saw early this morning, this little micro fractal, if you want to call it that, this little guy plays out very much the exact same way if you drag it out. You know, you could see it basically play out exactly the same because even the top here, this tippy top, is essentially the same as this. And it's all waveforms. It's just a bunch of sine waves. So I'm not saying it's going to take this long, but could this happen this way and then still drop down? Yeah, you could stay pinned beneath 460 or lower in a similar way. And the reason that I'm using waves instead of a fractal is because the waves are more accurate. And that's these little crosses that I'm using. These lines are not ambiguous. They set them up in a very specific way every time they distribute. So there's an early distribution right here. See this white line? And this ends up playing out pretty far. The secondary distribution really doesn't go that far back. It's like these two peaks. So you can see how the failure here, if it played out in a similar way presently, would look like a very similar thing. Like you'd have a push up above it, and then you'd basically redistribute, and then you would try again later, and you probably fail here. You know, that's kind of what you expect to see, and then that would play out as a what? As probably a more localized creek breakdown, like right there. So you get the same kind of motion that you get here on a much larger motion, right? So what you want to see is you don't want to see that happen, right? If you want to see the move up, you want to see it build support above these creeks and not succumb to this kind of motion. So if it were to distribute and then come below, like let's say 56, and then it starts to sell off, I don't think that's a good thing. You know, I think you're going to have a lot of problems justifying upward movement at that point. So this hasn't happened yet, so I'm not saying it will happen, but I think that that gives you an idea of like what you don't want to see. What you want to see is you want to see it kind of come back and hold support. Ideally, it can come back down, but it never breaks below this creek again. So even if it came back down later, it stays high. It doesn't cross back below the trend because that's where that big sell-off happens. That's where you get those intersections of the uptrend and downtrend creek, and then you get those massive sell-offs, like because it's a distribution. So, yeah, so you don't want that, basically. So I mean, there's a long-winded way to look at it, and I could draw all the diagrams I want. But at the end of the day, like that's why you could trade those, but at the end of the day, like this is where it's going to be if it breaks out. So that's why I said it's kind of more like a smart money entry because you're not playing all this other stuff on the waves. You're just waiting for when it's already confirmed and it's already heading up. Then you're playing that last push. And that's what smart money technically does. They play like the markups mostly. They already know, for the most part, because they have most of the cards are stacked in their favor, they already know where they're going to go. So they might gently accumulate, but they don't want to advance the stock too soon. So there's no big buy-ins during a range. Not usually. Unless it's like distribution and you have like shorts covering or something. You get pretty low-key buy-ins in a range. And then at the very, very end, you get a massive influx of volume to help drive the price. And that's where they're making their money, and then they're quickly selling it back into retail hands because there's no desire for them to advance the price out of a range too quickly. If they just put $1 million orders in here, this thing would be rocketing. You know what I mean? You can't do that. So you trade across in a waveform pattern with little micro distributions and accumulations. And all I'm doing is measuring those and saying, here's where supports will be on those waveforms if it works out. But yeah, on the big picture, is this like a possible small version right here on the left of a larger picture? Sure, could be, you know. But at the end of the day, like we could track a fractal, which is kind of irregular because it's not going to match one-to-one. Or we could just look at this and say, well, it's a waveform. that's working out. And this is a waveform that worked out in a distributive way. This one might not work out in a distributive way. So I talked through all that, but AMC is sitting at 434. So it came back down to 430. My thought was I didn't want to see it come back below 430. It did not come back below 430. I said if it did come back below 430, maybe at lowest 429. Thankfully, we don't have to ask that question. It seemed like it held. So what I'm looking at right now, like we don't have to answer that question. It didn't do that. So what I'm looking right now seems to be more of like a fake, like a head fake, basically like going back through the creek to see if sellers take it, and there's just no volume there. So we'll see if the buyers now pick it back up. This is typical nonsense for AMC. It's a very volatile stock. And I don't like that it dipped below. Typically that's a lot more distributive, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's like no volume going into that sell-off. We can zoom way in and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's like nothing there. So now we're going to see if this floats up and crosses the local creeks. So at this point, I'm going to get rid of this little guy. You see this little backup that I drew? Imagine that's like way bigger. So at this point, that's kind of what you would want to have happen. You'd want to see this come back down, jump the local creeks, and then continue to advance. So that's really local stuff, all right? So all this is happening on like a tiny micro scale here. But it plays into a larger move, right? There's like, we've already talked about it. It's like a snowball effect. This, or a domino effect. This move, if it breaks, has decently high targets. And then if it can continue, you could continue back all the way up to like 490. So it's a good trade if it can manage to sort of fulfill these like little micro requirements. I think you're going to see, I don't really want to get rid of that. I think you're going to see it's a very easy to read trade. If it doesn't fulfill one of the requirements, you either reevaluate or you're wrong, right? Because like it could just be that it's not going to go, and then you're in trouble if you've traded it, if you try to trade it in. So right now on the micro, did it make a creek jump? Yes. Could it come back down to retest that creek? Yes. It's a really tiny trading pattern here. Ideally, it doesn't come back below this moving average. It stays above the moving average at like 432 and then advances back above. And I don't like doing this because it's so small, but you can do a little cross wave here, because if this is bullish, when this recovers, what should happen is that as this wave recovers, this is kind of like your center mark for that wave, roughly. So think about this like an up movement, distribution, down movement, accumulation. If it recovers, it should whip right around that. Again, I don't think this is going to give me a good indication of where that middle is. I'm just going to visually do it. So essentially, you could have a back up here to like 432, maybe even down to like near 431. Technically, if this broke down here, it could give a really deep retracement again to 430. I'd rather see it hold and see buyers step up. But I would expect it to then jump the bigger creek, and that's the move that we've been kind of waiting for. A higher creek, right? Up top. And this is where you should have, it might be even a little higher than I drew it. I didn't anchor any of these points, so my bad. But this is where you would have it come back above this particular uptrend. And it would basically look like that. And then you'd have it break again, and then so on and so forth, all the way through the rest of the motion. So this final little SOS, typically if it works out, it ends up becoming like a, it's like more of a trajectory than anything else. If it's bullish and it holds here, so it dropped down to 432, Little gap on the 1 minute, but whatever. If it holds here, you see the compression. You should see it push up, and I think it would go all the way past here. It might even really push up hard and try to push the next top, which is at 441. So you could see an advancement above 441 and then retreat. Yeah. So the reason that's important is this chart, if you look at the big picture, I think it's a repeat of, I don't think it's a repeat of this. I see it as different. So I know you're looking at it like a giant hook, like, oh, it would push up and then distribute again. I don't think so. I think there's an element of that, but I think what's going to happen is that you're going to have that move, that big push up. I think it's going to be higher. So you're going to have something like this, where it pushes up to like 447 and then drops. And the reason is because of the bigger setup. Like, I think it's going to fulfill this first price tag move. I do. Because on the bigger picture, this setup doesn't look exactly like the previous one. And I know I'm on the 1 minute. It's kind of hard to tell anything on the 1 minute anyways. But this to me is clearly like divergent RSI and MACD. And now we're getting across to the upside. There's not really a comparison when you look at that yesterday. That whole price action yesterday just looked like a big rally with a dump. This rally with a dump should propel you back over the creek. And that gives you a macro, a larger, I should say, not really macro, but gives you a larger breakout of this wedge, essentially. So you see it's like layers upon layers. These are micro S-curve kind of things. They've got little targets that could fulfill here, and when they do, you start seeing it as like it's kind of a replicated move. Sure, it is. But if it's successful, you should see it push back up. I still think we're going to get at least 472. I don't know about 489. I feel like that's a little bit of an out there kind of thing. I'm not sure. So I don't know if today we're going to see it, but I would expect to see a push first to 447, then to 472, and then maybe 489. And 447 is kind of that creek level, and then 472 is just like the next target up. It's very close to like this kind of drop off point from over here. Maybe more like 475, but whatever. I measured it how I measured it. And then 489, that's the 618 retrace. So those, I know I kind of did it in reverse, but whatever. Those are my targets. Aaron can fix that. Since that way we can have them like visually be the same. Well, that was silly. Why I did it that way. So anywho, you guys get what I'm saying here? I hope so. So all that's really required at this moment on a very, very, very micro level is that it continues to hold above 430 and ideally 432. As it pushes, it's probably going to look something like what we saw yesterday. You're not wrong. But I think that its setup is very different. And so I believe that it's going to go up high enough that it's going to get you above the breakout. So that's kind of like the second big test is like, did it come above, that breakout level? I think it's going to. And that's my big criteria here is like, all right, once it pushes up, do we get back to 447? For me, I'm going to look at this as a push to 447. I'm probably going to exit like half of my calls or maybe a third of them because I want to see, I'm going to see that I see this as a probable retracement then, and then probably going to have it advance again. And this is kind of a secondary play. I do think we're going to get to 472. So I'm not running out of the play because I'm scared. I'm just trying to average out. Like I want to make it, I want to make money. I don't want to like hold on to stuff forever through every single up and down. But I do think that there's a strong chance. I got mine at 48 cents, like way back here early today. The current price for those $4 calls for next week are 51 cents, 52 cents, depending on how you look at the bid and the ask. About in that area. They've been topping off at like 55 cents repeatedly. But I think once this moves on these little peaks, after it moves, I think it's going to go up to 60 cents. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. So I'm probably going to do like a 40-60 kind of split on this move. So I'm going to secure some early profit, and then it's going to probably have a bigger move back down. So my first guess is 60 cents per contract. IWM is back down here to 204. I know there's a gap below. I don't think it's going to fill. I don't know if there's much of a play anymore. Maybe up to 207. If you think it's going to break out by Friday. So you could do like a kind of a leap for IWM and see if that works out. That way, if it goes down, you're not going to get like destroyed. I think this move was really obvious. I didn't want to like miss it. And I got a big chunk of that. So I'm happy with that. This move up afterwards, I mean, it's found support, but on the 1 hour, it's already kind of getting close to overbought. So I don't know. We might see some more downside tomorrow and then push up end of day or something. Or maybe during after hours and pre-market, we see it kind of pull back and then try to advance again. So I may trade either in the money or 207, but maybe even a little higher, like 208, and just play volatility and go further out. I might do that. But I wouldn't, I don't want to do anything like super short term, because at least for me, I feel like there's too much that could happen. With IWM, so there's a lot of questions there in my mind. Yeah, so maybe like a mid-June. 800% in a week. Well, normally that kind of means the move is over. If it's squeezing, you can just run it like a squeeze. I'm going to be wrapping it up here in a minute. I know that we're close to close, but my kiddo's home. I want to spend some time with him. So I think I put in a lot of hours today. So please, Papa, please. I don't know what you're saying. Oh. Yeah, we can take a look. All right, I'll take a quick look. I don't even know what I'm looking for here. What am I looking at? LPA. Logistic properties of the Americas. It's weird. Yeah. I mean, it's gone like parabolic. So, yeah, you're riding a momentum now. That's all you got. I mean, this looks pretty nasty. What's going on with this? I'd be like, I don't know what the heck happened here. Yeah, AMC is struggling. I think it's a volume problem. It's just not there's no commitment to make the effort. So the technical setup is good, but if it doesn't have follow through, it doesn't have follow through. We may have to wait till near the end of the day again. Yeah, this is the only kind of trend I can see. And I don't even know what to think of that, so. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like a massive, like, double flush. But I really don't know what to say about this. There's not really any, it's just a parabola. Yeah, I mean, you got a 1618 here at 99 bucks. So it looks like it kind of got there already. The sky's the limit for this kind of stuff. If it's a squeeze, it's a squeeze. You could just keep going. But I mean, from a technical standpoint, I don't know if I'd touch this with a 17-foot stick unless I was going to short it, which I'm not going to do, but mostly because I just don't believe that it's going to maintain any of this. Like, I don't see how it could. If the first move was any indication, this is probably just going to crash. LPA stock? I am an LPA. I really don't know what you're referring to. This is the 800% move, right? Yeah. So. I do not think this is going to hold very much more. It's very possible in a squeeze kind of motion that you could see this at 150 or even like way up here. You're just chasing it, so it's hard to say, you know. The trends here are going to be super wide once the local trends break. So you have really deep retracements. So these are not, I would not play around with stuff like this generally. I would say like it's pretty close to top. Maybe it can run more. And if it does, great. But it looks like it's pretty much at the top for me. So I'd be looking at it as like, okay, where's the retracement going to go back? $10, you know? Bought it at 9. Well, then why are you holding it? Are you just waiting for a top? Are you waiting for it to like go the other way? I don't understand. You do whatever you want to do, man. I don't know. I'm not you. But if I bought this at $9, you'd be like in some absurdly good position right now. How can you possibly complain about being like 900% up or 1,000% up? It just popped up to 120 and then dropped back down. Hey, I'm not saying it can't go up more. It's a squeeze. It's a squeeze. Squeezes can go up to like forever. You know what I mean? It's moving right now. It just moved like $30 in like 2 seconds. but you're going to have people selling as it hits these fib levels. So, the first place is like, yeah, the first place is like, just decide. I mean, it's probably going to get lots of halts too. Is I would just start. If it's me, I can't tell you what you should do. But if it was me, I would be averaging out. Like I'd be starting to take profits. Like I'd be taking like a bunch off the table. So I don't feel like I would be waiting for it to just suddenly drop 50% or whatever. Because make no mistake, like when these massive squeeze plays go up, they're awesome, but they will come down, and it will not be awesome. It will be like the world is ending kind of thing. Like you're gonna have massive swings here and there. If you've held through a lot of this stuff already, you know what I'm talking about. But even this initial drop here, going off this trend, this initial drop is like 50%. I mean, you're losing like half the value. That's just to get back to like the steepest trend. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe maybe it keeps running, but it looks like it's at the top to me. Like, I don't know. Well, then you've made a lot. But I'm saying that if it suddenly loses momentum and the volume's dropping here, the RSI is still going up, but the volume's coming down after this push. I think as soon as you lose momentum, it's probably going to have a quick slide down about 50 to 60%. Because I don't know where else it would find support way up here other than the trend. There's nowhere else to find support. And then below that, it's like really far. You're going to be looking at the next trend. This is where you're going to start getting like the massive retracement, To be honest, I don't even know if I want to touch like puts on this play because of how volatile. If I'm up $230,000, I'm probably out. But yeah, I mean, it's not about being scared. It's just looking at the chart. It's like it's gone parabolic. Like it may keep going way up. You could make millions or whatever, maybe. But all it's going to take is one halt and a bunch of selling orders, and you're going to have this thing probably dumped down back to like 60 or 55. So, I mean, it's great profit, amazing trade. I can't tell you what to do, guys. I don't know. You have to make those decisions on your own. Obviously, I'm not in it. I'm more inclined to open up a short position on it just to play the downside, because I think the downside would be massive potentially. Even like the 236 is like $60, so that's a big move. I think it's gonna be hard to get in and out of options contracts if the stock is gapping around and getting crazy. But well, I'm not very happy with AMC's price movement here. So it failed to advance again. It's really just turning into a sideways action, and it looks like we haven't been able to get support. So we're gonna have to just watch it. I can't keep watching this. There's just no volume in these moves. It's really janky looking. There's definitely an M, but then it just failed to get back above 434. So somebody pinned it for whatever reason. They're selling off at 434. I don't know. I'm just shifting this stuff around. It's going to still look pretty much the same if it does go. Yeah, we're just back down to that EMA. Pushing down, pushing down, pushing down. It looks like a cat ear to me. Someone's trying to drive the price back down. You see that? Sort of chopping along. I don't get it. Yeah, it's not good. I think they're going to go back to that 429. You might get a steeper, yeah, this is going to be more likely like a backup. It's a lack of liquidity. So that's the problem, is you don't have, no one's got these no one's buying it up yet. So there's no forward momentum just yet. We're buying a lot off of 430, but we're not seeing anything else. So 429, I think possibility here. I don't know, man. If it breaks here, it could just slide something fierce. So as long as it makes a higher low today, we might be okay, but this overall, this top doesn't look great because it already tried to advance and it's failing. So if it can drop, if it drops too low, yeah, 429 is about as far as I'd like it to move. It's just still the same number as earlier. I could see it as like an SOS locally here with a backup to the creek. But at this point, if it drops below, it'd have to be like a spring. Like you'd have to see it go down and then like immediately just kind of rip back through the upside. Because this creek is very steep, and if it drops through there, it's gone. I think it's gone for the day. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I know there's an hour left until close. I'm sure that as soon as I get off, something crazy is going to happen. Congratulations to Aaron Kerr. It looks like you entered a really good trade and made some really big bucks, so you should be happy with that. Well, be happy to hear what happens, you know, with the rest of it. See if you can update us on that later. I'm going to head out. I know that AMC is down to 429. It's like critical mass, but I'm just kind of going to wait it out. I don't really think there's anything else to do today, so I'm going to just kind of hold on and see what happens and see what's what with the volume and the breakdowns. You can see that drop of 430 came with a large spike. I think it's an effort to get back to this 429 that wasn't tested. I'm not sure what happens after that. If it drops, you know, we could be in some trouble, but I'm seeing like upside gaps here on the 1 minute. We'll see. I'm not a fan if this drops below here. I think it's no bueno. So, like I said, we'll see. Big picture, you know, this could be an advancement with a backup, but you can't keep dropping or hooking here. It's not good. So, yeah, play your own trades today. It does look like RSI is kind of reset on the minute, which is kind of nice. It made that drop, so we'll see. Maybe we'll see a pick me up and it'll go from higher like it did this morning. I don't know. Best of luck in the market, y'all. And we will talk to you tomorrow. What? Nope. Hang on a second. As soon as I about clicked off, it just dumped. Yeah. Well, there it is. So I knew that didn't look right. What a mess. Yeah. AMC is just not... It's probably this. It's probably going to see that bottom again. Ugly. See, we knew that too. We knew that if it dropped 429, it was going to be gross. There's probably a lot of stop losses there. It just sucked them all up like a vacuum. Just like immediately. Ugh. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Well, that's unfortunate. Definitely is like a reset if it comes back down. So what does that mean? Does that mean your price targets are all gone? Well, Yeah, kind of. I mean, there's a positive to this, which is that, you're not getting like an upthrust, but you did get an early one. So this clearly like was met with weakness and then distributed back down, and it's running away from the trend at this point. Sellers are very, very adamant here. Like the volume in the selling has been decent, and I think that buyers have been kind of slow, except for early in the day. Buyers really haven't really been doing very much. So all the selling kind of just dumped on us right now because the trend broke, and really was that 529 level, I think. I mentioned this one. I said this hadn't been checked yet. And this is right where we were here. So there's really only two more bottoms. One is this 425. The other is 424. So we're going to see if we can test it. I don't think the whole thing goes out the window, but it's definitely not as strong. And frankly, when you have this kind of a throwback, what it means is that the breakout from this pattern is now potentially like way down here. So there is a substantially larger chance that we don't go back up to 49 just due to this move alone on AMC. Yeah. So we need to see a higher low and then, or a double bottom, and then just kind of rip back to the upside. Otherwise, it's dead. I still think that the bigger picture looks good. So I don't know. I'll check it one more time before we leave because I was trying to get off here. The still bigger picture still had that divergence. Like, I don't know. That's probably not changed. Yeah, it's not changed. I think it's just a gnarly way to remind you that there's a short operator in charge. And yeah, we're again kind of avoiding the larger break here. So your sellers don't want it to run into Friday. But this is still like very, very divergent, y'all. Yeah. It could come lower again still, but it's still like, it almost doesn't matter. I mean, in some ways, I'd still be kind of bullish on it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would make me change my mind about it at this point. I just don't see anything in this setup that indicates it's going to just suddenly crash again. Without returning back up. Just the operators just didn't step in. I mean, that's the big problem. The volume was like not coming in where we needed it. So I've been talking about the same thing for the last 2 hours. You're just waiting for that volume and then it just doesn't show up. It's still a low volume sell-off. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, look at the, I'm on 30-minute, and it's still divergent. We still haven't pushed to new lows here on RSI. We're still like holding pretty strong above the bottom, 424. We went back and retested that early level at 425. It's probably some kind of ridiculously deep retracement, like 786 or beyond. It's probably more like an 854 retracement. I'm not even going to bother doing it, but I'm sure it is. That top was definitely very distributive looking as it did not advance. So you're going to have to kind of wait for like a further readout. We may not get it today, and if we do get it, it might be in extended hours. There's only 50 minutes left in the day. So best case scenario is that we get the buyers finally. Like that was the sell test, and then we get the buyers and they rip it back up all the way to 446 and close maybe around 430s by end of day. It's happened before. We've run like 14% in like 20 minutes before, you know, like it happens. I just don't see this, and it's hard for me to look at it right now and think that it's super bearish or something. Like, it still looks really good to me on the big picture. So, we'll see. I'm not looking for like a multi-day run up to $10. I'm looking for a move back to this region around the 450s up to 470s. So just leave and the stream and AMC can run. You're right. Usually when I leave, it does something big. So this is so strong to me. Like, I just can't unsee it. So, and I mentioned, unless this was some kind of like ploy to chill the RSI out so you can continue advancing. And if it was, it's not very effective because the hour is still like really low. It's still really low. So even if you had another drop here, it's kind of like, well, where would you go, you know? Sure, it could drop, but then it's just immediately going to be like back in a position of recovery. So, all right, I'm going to leave. So you watch your lows. Obviously, dropping 429 was not what we wanted to have happen. It did happen, so there's that. It didn't hold strong and just continue in advancement. Buyers didn't step in. There is that. On the whole, I hate to do this, knock on wood, right? It's still holding a higher low for now, and there's still a possibility of a double bottom. I'm thinking like this would be an effective way to kind of trigger the last bits of stop losses, to sell-offs, get some shorts on board, and then tear it back up the other way. I don't see this as negative yet, so I can't yet. You know, I know that there's a possibility that it goes down, but I'm going to be optimistic about it because I think that the setup's correct. I don't know what else to do. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm going to pay the price, right? Because I've got calls, so and I don't know what's happening to them. Yeah. All right. Let's see a big candle up to like 440 by the end of the day. That'd be fun. I'll miss it all. That's how it usually is. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later.